Electricity courses through the veins and arteries of humanity. With electricity, we've been able to achieve spectacular accomplishments beyond any of our ancestors' wildest dreams. From the nightlight in a child's bedroom to life-saving equipment in a hospital, electricity energizes our lives. Now, we are at a crossroads that will forever change humanity. The world's transition to renewable energy requires a modern and sustainable electrical grid. For over 120 years, Nexans has provided the means to supply this electricity, from energy generation and transmission to distribution and usage. Nexans solutions cover the full electrification value chain. We connect the world's renewable energy sources, countries, and continents, ensuring that electricity can be delivered to all corners of the globe. Laying these energy highways is a crucial step on the global path to a carbon-free economy, creating a more sustainable future. Nexans will be at the forefront of the next electrical revolution, electrifying the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. I'm very, very happy to welcome you here in New York City for this third edition of the Nexans Climate Day. Let me say hello as well to the hundreds, more than 600 people connected live to this event. Very, very happy to have all you there. Americans and all nations are waking up to climate change. We are at the beginning of a huge electrical revolution that will involve the same level of investment as all investment made between 1950 and 1970. This is due to the fact that infrastructure surrounding the generation of energy was built during that period. Today, the world is still 70% dependent on fossil fuels that must be replaced by carbon-free source of energy. But in the meantime, the electrical grid is obsolete in many parts of the world. And as well, the demand of electricity will grow by 20% because of the electrification demand, but as well the growth of the population. We know that we need to accelerate the momentum on electrifying the world to get us closer to global carbon neutrality, as electrification is the fastest way to the world decarbonation. But we have two main challenges. Challenge number one, speeding up the shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy. The world will deploy an equivalent of 200 gigawatts of electricity through offshore wind farm by 2030. To put things in perspective, let me tell you that 1 gigawatt of power is equivalent to a nuclear reactor. 90 gigawatt is under deployment in Europe. 30 gigawatt is under deployment here in the US, and expected to come up to 100 gigawatt by 2050 in US, and 50 gigawatt will start to be deployed in China. If I go a step further into the US, we see several actions in many states on renewable deployment. But New York is one of the most aggressive states in the US in terms of committing itself to create a fully carbon-free statewide economy. As New York State will have around 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040, offshore wind energy will likely be the main source of electricity for the state by this time. Nexans was proud to bring the electricity for the first time in the Champs-Élysées in Paris in 1892. Nexans will be extremely proud to connect the big majority of offshore wind farms here in New York State, supporting our key customers like Ørsted and Equinor. Challenge number two. The electrical grid is the backbone of any country's economy. But we have not been so close to massive power outages. As you know, the electricity travels through millions of miles of cable every day. As we saw in Texas, when infrastructure fails, it not only means direct asset damage, but life stops. You have limited access to telecommunication, no more heating system, and limited access to water. Due to aging infrastructure and the intensity of climate risk, each nation needs to invest, modernize, and fortify its electrical grid. You know, it's like the telecommunication network. Everyone understands that in order to have a better quality of life, we had to dismantle the very aging LAN cable copper that have been installed late 80s, and to replace it by leading-edge fiber optic to enable us to have a higher bandwidth and low latency. And of course, that gives us the opportunity to move the network, telecom network, from a 2G technology to a 4G technology. It is the same idea for the electrical grid backbone, except that those investments to renew it has not been made yet. So to give you an image, today's grid here in the US, today's grid here in Europe is like my grandfather's car. It's expensive and labor-intensive to maintain. We know the breakdown will happen. The only question is that we don't know when it will happen. But the challenge is not only to renew as it is the electrical grid, but to make it as well resilient to climate change and events like hurricanes, storms, and fires. The real question, indeed, is how are we going fast enough? 5 years down the line, US will have to make a major shift, like in Europe. The good news is that we have no limit of what we can do. We have the people, we have the machine, we have the technology, we have the know-how. We just need the willing cooperation of the federal and state government to accelerate those developments, and as well to accelerate the renewal of this grid. So why Nexans? Why are we here today? And what will we do about it? In a few minutes, let me explain what is Nexans. Nexans is a French group, a global leader to electrify the world with renewable energy. With an history of more than 120 years, we've started with the pioneers of electricity, namely Tesla, Westinghouse, Benjamin Franklin, Edison. The group is made of 27,000 talented people based on 5 continents, on 100 countries, on generating a revenue of more than $7 billion. In the last 4 years, Nexans made a strategic turn to refocus on what we do the best since our creation 120 years ago. Electrify the world, electrify the future, but in a sustainable manner. This is why we have decided to stop our diversification in some great sectors like automotive and telecom, but we wanted to really become a pure player of electrification, connecting offshore wind farm to the shore, manufacturing and installing interconnection subsea cable to connect continents together in order to exchange green energies and bring leading-edge cable and system, as well as supraconductivity solution in a very dense cities to limit any risk of electrical blackout due to the aging of infrastructures on the very high and vertical energy demand. As you understand, we cover the entire value chain, from the energy production, the transmission of this energy, distribution, up to the usage of this electricity. More and more, we will provide a renewable and decarbonized energy in a fully circular economy, not only because this is our responsibility to play a role in the climate change battle, but also because the waste of today are the growth of tomorrow. Recycling copper, aluminum, and all raw material will be crucial for tomorrow's development, as we will not have sufficient raw material reserve to serve all nations. And I should add that this strategic turn has deeply changed our vision, the way we manage the group, and the way we operate our units. When I became CEO of the group on the 4th of July 2018, Nexans was living in dark nights due to wrong strategy, lack of vision, lack of commitment on the sustainability. There was an emergency to react on all fronts. This is what we did. 4 years later, thanks to our amazing teams everywhere in the world, Nexans made a deep and structural transformation, and our enterprise value has more than quadrupled in the same time frame. So let me thank all our team all over the world for their fantastic dedication. From energy production to its use, we are connecting offshore wind turbines, floating turbines, to more than 80 kilometers, 80 miles away from shore. We are building the undersea energy highway to connect continent and stop all energy waste. We are renewing entirely the distribution infrastructure network to limit blackout, and we are securing the use of electricity for our daily life. With the inauguration last year of our dedicated offshore wind power and submarine energy cable plant in Charleston in South Carolina, that I will be with them in Charleston tomorrow with investors, we have made Nexans the unique subsea cable manufacturer all over US to support offshore wind farm development. This year, we christened our new vessel that you will see on the screen after my speech, the Aurora, an investment of nearly $200 million. The vessel is unique because of its size, 170 meters, 20,000 tons, can sustain 9,000 metric tons of cable weight. Just to give you a perspective, this is the weight of the Eiffel Tower. What we are doing with it, it's unbelievable. I will tell you, 20 years ago, it's like science fiction. But we are connecting countries together through long-distance cables. As an example, we have a project to connect Europe with Africa and Middle East. We can now setting more than a 1,500 miles long cable distance, install at 10,000 water depths, 10,000 feet water depths. It is not just a vessel. It's a floating factories that requires between 60 to 90 specialized people on employees. With our strong market share on development to connect offshore wind farm, on all our recent investment, you now understand the choice of New York City to organize our Climate Day, and as well to be, this week, a very active partner to New York Climate Week. 2 years ago, we have launched the first Climate Day here in Paris to address, with many experts, the mainstays of sustainable electrification. Last year, it was in Sweden. We have addressed as well a lot of questions around the electrical grid backbone. Nexans annual Climate Day are open to various points of view, like you will see on all the exchange this afternoon, with a real will to debate on those texts. We are always willing to learn, listening, customers, global companies, influencers, regulators, gathering everyone together to make a climate vision a reality for sustainable electrification. Because we are a pioneer of electrification for the last 120 years, it is our responsibility to be open, to work in a collaborative spirit, because we are stronger together. We aim to electrify the future. All our prestigious speakers today, all part of the solution, Thank you so much to be with us today. Thank you so much to be connected with us today, and to accept this free discussion to be an active part of this sustainable ecosystem that we all feed. And so I'm very proud, very honored very pleased to open this third edition of Nexans Climate Day in 2022 here in New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher, for those opening remarks. My name is Chris Minardi. I am the Communications Manager for the U.S. At Nexans. And I'm going to be your MC this afternoon. I just want to reiterate, thank you all so much for those of you here, as well as everybody on the live class. Just one quick little safety thing. In case of an emergency for everybody in the room, the exits are at the back. And then everybody at home, if you want to just take a look, whether in your office or whether you're in your home, just to keep a lookout on either side, just to make sure you know where to go. I have a lot of. I'm excited to announce the first panel that we're going to kick off with, it's been a long time coming. Just this whole event, and it's just been such a blast to do it. So I think without further ado, I want to first mention who the next panelists are. So this next panel is going to be focused on the ocean. So it's going to be, overall, it's going to start with, they're going to just talk about the ocean ecosystem and about what kind of things the ocean kind of entails and the environmental impact that a lot of the things that we do have on the ocean. And so in this chat, we're going to have Stephanie Kane, who is a journalist and storytelling strategist. She's worked with Fortune and the New York Times, and she will be speaking with Adrian Grenier, who is a journalist, a filmmaker, and also an environmentalist who really cares deeply about the oceans and the environment. So without further ado, I'd like to first introduce Adrian and Stephanie onto the stage.
Excited to kick off a little post-lunch discussion around ocean conservation. Surprisingly, the ocean is vastly overlooked when we're talking about climate change and the environment. And I think that Adrian here is going to have a ton of really amazing information to share. He's extremely knowledgeable on all things ocean preservation. He has a foundation, Lonely Whale, focused on the topic, and he's been an extremely vocal voice and activist in the space. So I think kind of a good place to start is if you just tell us a little bit about the work you've done with ocean conservation and Lonely Whale.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that the ocean is vastly overlooked, and I recognized that probably about 8 or 9 years ago when I first conceived of Lonely Whale. And climate, it's at the forefront of global conversation, but the oceans are kind of second. And I found it to be a communications challenge to see how we could bring more awareness to the oceans. And partly it's because the oceans are so vast and they're so abstract and they're deep and they're dark and they're a little bit scary. And so I wanted to demystify the ocean and bring it into the everyday conversation. But unless you're living right on the ocean, it doesn't equate with our everyday experience. So it was not only a challenge, but an opportunity, really. And when I heard about the loneliest whale in the world, who's heard of the loneliest whale in the world? Nobody. Oh, okay. Okay, well, let me briefly recount the story. So there's a real whale, a real creature that migrates up and down the West Coast. And back during the Cold War, our government were laying down all these underwater microphones to track enemy submarines, and we inadvertently heard whales sing for the first time. That led to the Whale Song album. Y'all know that one? And that was the most printed album of all time. And it basically brought the underwater life of the ocean into public consciousness. And for the first time, we wanted to save whales. And it was probably the first modern global environmental movement, which was the Save the Whales movement. Anyway, long story short, we also heard one particular frequency at 52 hertz, which is different than all other whales, and the government put a scientist on it to try and figure out what it was, and the scientist discovered that it was actually a lone whale, a solo whale. it was speaking at a uniquely different frequency than all other whales. So it became known as the loneliest whale because we know that whales are extremely sentient. They have spindle cells associated with consciousness. They're extremely social. They spend their whole lives in pods. And here's this one whale calling out constantly for connection, but never once receiving a response. And so my heart opened, and for the first time, like I could actually care about this species and this, like the ocean. I realized that this whale was an entry point to empathy for the ocean. And that's when we started Lonely Whale, not as an organization to fix the ocean or save humanity or any of that. It was a simple act of empathy and connection. So we really, our mission is to bond people with the ocean, trusting that when people care, they'll cure, they'll make the right choices.
What would you say is kind of the average person's biggest misconception about the ocean?
Well, you know, movies like Jaws. I mean, look, media communications can inspire, but it can also make us retreat. And I think that's one thing, is that the ocean is, first of all, that it's scary, and also that it's infinite, that we can, you know, we can use it up and always have more. But, you know, I think we're starting to realize the limitations and the finite nature of nature itself. So I think that would be it.
Yeah. Well, you know, you mentioned the ocean is vast, and I think we all learned that stat in primary school, that the ocean is more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and, you know, 97% of the water in the world is housed in the oceans. So, you know, given that we're here at Climate Week, obviously the ocean would have a connection to the climate, but just how much of the health of the ocean is really tied to climate change?
Well, I mean, look, it's all connected, right? Certainly. But one thing that we do need to recognize is the importance of ecosystem services on our way of life. And it's not just on land, but it's also in the ocean. I mean, we get every second breath from the ocean. So we literally, our ability to breathe comes from the ocean, but it also has the potential of sequestering a lot of carbon from the air, as well as a food source. I mean, 1 billion people feed off the ocean. So, you know, there's a lot of challenges that we need to consider, because where are those 1 billion people going to eat if our fisheries collapse? What are we going to breathe if the ocean stops giving us oxygen? And also the carbon sequestration, as at a certain point it's going to max out, and then, you know, it won't be able to draw down any more carbon. So yeah, these are things that we need to think about. And the question was, how connected is it? Mm-hmm. Well, it's all connected, right? I mean, the ocean, I really love the ocean symbolically, because it literally connects the entire world. It is our shared ocean. It isn't, you know, I mean, even though we name different areas of the ocean, Pacific, you know, Atlantic, et cetera, it's all one ocean. And in fact, we have this argument all the time. Is it save our oceans or save our ocean? Which is it? It's ocean.
Yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't actually thought about that before, but that was a good learning for today. You know, you mentioned carbon as one of the challenges sort of facing oceans right now, and you know, being tied to the climate. What are some of the other sort of pollutants or major challenges that you see for our ocean health?
Yeah, well, Lonely Whale found itself really focusing in on plastic, because that's the most glaringly obvious problem. And when I'd go out in the ocean, I went shark tagging with Sylvia Earle, for example, and we were out in the middle of nowhere, and yet there was so much plastic just hitting us in the face. So we got into that, and we were very interested in finding measurable solutions, because I've been doing environmental work for 20 plus years, and it's always a question, is like, well, how do you know you're making a difference? And we really wanted to find a way to tackle the 8 billion tons of plastic that makes its way into the ocean. It's such a vast number, and it's one of the issues with the ocean. It's so big and overwhelming that people shut down because it's not accessible, it's not tangible. So what we did is we took that 8 billion tons of plastic and we reduced it down to a single unit of measure, the plastic straw. And we said, okay, if we can do straws, if we can get rid of straws from entering the ocean, maybe we can move up to the bottles and the glasses and all the rest of the plastic waste. And that's when we started the Stop Sucking Plastic movement. And we've, to date, removed 25 billion plastic straws from the waste stream. And it's really just, it's on some level it's symbolic, but it's a step in the right direction, and we can measure it. We can actually say, we've done this. And it really has shifted the way people perceive the issue, because they see how they interact with this material every single day through the plastic straw, and how easy it is to either decline the straw or find alternatives.
Yeah, I think that's such a great example. I know I, for one, stopped using plastic straws some years ago, especially when you hear about the sea turtles and how they can affect them as well. And I've also since, stopped buying saran wrap and tried to put my leftovers in glass containers and all those little things we can do. But how much of an individual's impact is really making a difference on the ocean? I know a lot of times in mainstream thought, it's the corporations need to do something, the little people don't matter. But I think that's maybe a wrong thing to say. I would think that every little bit counts, right?
Yeah, well, I was in the mindset, my younger years, when I was young, as Rumi says, when I was clever, I tried to change the world, and now I'm wise, I try to change myself. I really do believe that the individual, the transformation of the individual is really going to make the biggest difference. It's a cultural change. How are we thinking about ourselves and the world? What do we want to build? How do we want to create the future? So I think that's important, and certainly existing companies need to make changes. But as a business person and an entrepreneur, I'm very deeply compassionate for the realities that businesses have to go through in order to just stay afloat and keep the lights on. I think the general public can be a little bit naive about what kind of changes can happen over what period of time. So I think it's this give and take between citizens, their politicians, and then business. But I do believe that individuals are the corner. They're the most important part, because they provide the cultural energy for change. And together we have to imagine the future first, and then try and build it while being sensitive to the trade-offs and the externalities that come with every choice that we make.
Yeah, I think to go back to the straws, I think of all the coffee shops that just changed up, to the paper straws, or now have a different sort of topper on their to-go
Well, since
cups,
COVID, they're all creeping back, And look, if I may, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
Plastic is such a useful material. It's really transformed our way of life in I think, a positive way. And so there is this externality that we need to deal with. But I think in building, functional circular economies, we can actually keep this material in the economy and out of the ocean. And in fact, we've been building a supply chain through Loneliest Whale, where we've brought together a consortium of 15 and growing plus companies who have all agreed to buy what we call OBP, which is ocean-bound plastic. So this is mismanaged plastic waste around the world, because once it's in the ocean, it's very expensive to retrieve and to filter and bring out. And then once it comes in on land, it's a degraded material, and it's not very useful at that point. It's corrupted with salt and oxygen and sunlight and everything. So better to capture it before it enters the ocean and then upcycle it at that point. And so we've created this supply chain, and we're getting companies to actually put in POs for this material so we can justify building the supply chain and paying pickers and waste collectors in these countries to actually retrieve it before it makes it out in the ocean.
That's great. And so once you retrieve the plastic waste and you're putting it back into a recyclable material, what are some of the things you can make with that plastic?
So many things. And that's the thing that we ask each company, is to do an internal audit and figure out what use cases can they discover using plastic, and whether it be something that is core to their business, like Herman Miller makes chairs and they're putting it in their chairs. But it can also be something just within your everyday business, name tags, or office plates for names, you name it. every business can do an audit and be like, oh, you know what? We didn't even think about we're sourcing virgin plastic to make these things that we don't even think about. But upon doing the audit, we can actually use OBP because it fits.
Nice. That's really exciting, actually. I think that, we were talking before about how, people kind of demonize plastic and, there's actually a need for it and there's a way to look at it in a positive light. So I love that as an example of how you're doing that. I think, one of the other topics that we spoke about was just the constant sort of tension between, wanting to find a solution to one problem, but in the process, potentially creating another one. And so I think that kind of brings us to discussing sort of like wind farms. Offshore wind farms are obviously one of the top discussed points of renewable energy, right? But when you're putting those in the ocean, that might disrupt the ecosystem. So how do you sort of balance for thinking about that, being both, a proponent of ocean conservation, but also wanting to find solutions to other sort of climate challenges that we have?
Yeah, like I think healthy business competition will sort that out, in the long run. But I believe that we need as many solutions as there are humans on the planet. So everybody needs to participate, but also can we create healthy competition with different types of energy sources, renewable and otherwise, and rethink old sources of energy and how do we upgrade them so that they're more efficient. So I think, a lot of times people want simplicity, but I think we need to take our cue from nature. We need to recognize that complex systems are resilient. We need to be anti-fragile and start to think about how we can look at our challenges in an increasingly complex way instead of looking for that one panacea solution. And a lot of times the general public want that. They want the simplicity. They want to say, oh, yeah, renewable energy solved. It's like, that's not that easy because there's trade-offs to absolutely everything that we do. And do we have the courage to recognize and and communicate that so that we can all come together and try and figure out how to reduce those externalities and those trade-offs?
Yeah, I know that, in the next, I think something like 10 years, we're going to have a global demand for like 20% more electricity. Obviously just the population growing, also the world is getting warmer and we want to turn on that AC a little bit more often. So what would you say are, some positives to using wind energy to create that electricity?
Well, I've just recently moved to a ranch and I have a windmill on my ranch. And I use it to, pull up water from our well. And, to me, I think not only having big projects, but also having very hyper-local, smaller projects where you can start to empower local communities to use wind and solar. And I think it'll have an easier footprint, and it'll be and there's an education process to it when people start to interact with it, and it's not this abstract thing over there. I think it'll start to increase not only adoption, but also our ability to actually implement it seamlessly into our lives.
How feasible is it to put a windmill on your property?
Well, I have 46 acres, so for me it is. But when I was living in Brooklyn, maybe less so. But I did have solar in Brooklyn, even though, as an early adopter, I am very much technology geek. I really certainly want to support technologies because I do believe that human ingenuity and human potential is what's going to allow us to evolve out of this moment. So I'm not cynical about it. I think, there's this growing sentiment, this cynical sentiment in the environmental movement, which is anti-human, sort of. What are they? It's like I think it's called anarcho-environmentalists, where they believe that humans are the problem and we need to tamp down on human participation. And I think it's the opposite. More humans, more of their intellectual, imaginative capability to create and manifest what's possible is going to get. So I'm permaculture certified, and I highly recommend that if anybody hasn't looked into permaculture, to look at it as a systems design perspective on how humans are an important aspect of the ecosystem. So instead of trying to reduce your footprint and flog yourself for your very existence, maximize your handprint and go out there and build the world in a better way.
Yeah, that makes me think a lot. I grew up in California, and when I was a kid, you didn't see solar panels on every single house. And now, when I go home and visit my parents, they built a new house in a subdivision, and every house came with solar. Like, that was just standard across the board now. Do you think that windmills are going to kind of go that way in places where you actually have the space to put them up? Do you think more people will adopt them?
I didn't imagine that would be a possibility, but yeah, I mean, I think certainly where I live now, there's plenty of space for that. But I'm not so sure that they use them for electricity, but more for water. So I don't know. Anybody? Is that going to be a thing? Seems interesting.
Yeah, could be. Just making me think about it. But back to the ocean, since that's kind of why we're all here. For this conversation. But what are some of the major disruptors to sort of the sea habitat do you find from all of your work? What are some of the sort of major challenges that our ecosystems are facing beyond the plastics and beyond the carbon?
Yeah. Well, I think that certainly we're doing too much fishing. We're too efficient in our ability to fish, for example. But if we work within the natural cycles, the ocean is so resilient, nature is so resilient. So I think it's more just about giving the ocean a chance to revive itself, to replenish itself, and it will. But I mean, there's so much that is going on in the ocean. It's hard to focus on everything. But yeah, certainly if we look at our coastal lines as well, if we can replenish those, mangroves and other ocean, like seaweed plants and that sort of thing, we can do a lot better with climate change as well. Because right now, because there's so much depletion, the ability for the ocean to sequester carbon is becoming less and less and less. So a lot of it is on land or close to the land. So it's within actually our government's ability to regulate and to manage. A lot of times people think that overfishing is out in the deep ocean. It's really the majority of it is within the jurisdiction of governments.
So what would you say are the ways that we can all kind of be more hands-on to sort of helping preserve these areas?
Well, I think one thing is we have to recognize that we own the ocean. It's ours. It's a collective resource. It's a common pool resource that we all own. Nobody technically owns it. I mean, certainly on the coast we manage it, our governments manage it, but we own it. It is ours. So when we come together and we recognize, I mean, and when somebody wants to dump trash in your yard, you do something about it, right? Well, the ocean is no different. It's just sometimes hard to imagine that it's ours because it's so far away. So I think that's one of the challenges, is how do we get people to connect more and recognize that it is theirs and that they have a right to protect it?
Yeah, so how can, the individual who, is running their own company or a part of a larger corporation kind of help empower those around them and their organizations to do more as well?
Yeah, I think certainly making the effort to just bring up the conversation, make it a priority. And, some of these issues just people aren't thinking about, and I do believe that when we put our heads together and we talk about them, we'll find those solutions. And you need not only, it's a political will, right? But politics is downstream of culture, so we need the cultural will as well. We need to imagine what's possible within ourselves. And, I'd like us to move out of the outrage moment of environmentalism and move into a more, optimistic place where we recognize that we have all the capability, we have all the resources to actually make incredible change in the world.
Yeah, and so how would you What kind of advice would you give someone on how to start that conversation in a way that's not going to be like inflammatory or get people really riled up?
Yeah, given how divided we are as a country and globally on some level, it's not easy, and it requires a certain humbleness, right? One thing I've seen in environmentalism as of late is this arrogance. There's this surety that they have the answer and they know what the solution is. And when you come at it from that perspective and you're not willing to learn and you're not remaining curious, you're not able to see your blind spots and you're not able to open up to new possibilities. So you'd be surprised at the person that you perceive as an enemy might have something that will inspire you to find a better solution. And I've found that, like I grew up in New York, and I would fly over the rest of the country to LA and back and forth and kind of squirm as I was going over to the flyover states because of how they voted or something like that, or how they were environmentally. And now I am learning so much living in Texas from the farmers on how to be more in line with the environment. So I would recommend it's not just about talking. It's also about being in nature and getting connected to the earth. And you learn a lot from just that very practice of being connected to nature.
Yeah, so, you went from being coastal to now being in the middle of the country. And then I think, you have Lonely Whale and discussing the ocean, but then now you're also working with Earth Speed and focus much more on the farmlands. What are some of the similarities between the two to kind of help maybe someone who is in the middle of the country really understand the ocean by, comparing it to something that they do understand intimately?
Yeah, so I'm a reformed environmentalist in that I used to poo-poo and wag my finger at farmers for the practices that they, glyphosate or, factory farming and that sort of thing. And now having had the experience of doing it myself, I recognize why it is that those practices have come to be in the first place. Because it's hard, it's really difficult. So now I'm in a place of learning, and I hope to be able to contribute to that industry and figuring out new ways and experimenting and exploring and being a laboratory of how we can do farming better and how we can care for the land better. And I recognize I may fail at that, or I may, come up short, but to put myself in the place, in the willingness to try, I think is the first step. A lot of times people want the solution. They want to defer the power to the government to decide. They want to, make companies do the right thing, but they're unwilling to, meet the challenge themselves. But we need your brain power. We need your passion. We need every individual to join the conversation and be a part of this in a very real way, because then you're just going to be, complaining about what the solution was, and that's not where we need to be. We need to be in a place where we're all coming to the table, because this is our collective world. So
yeah, and it's about balance too, right? I think to enact the technological solution, we have to understand what that's going to cause or succeed at, and then plan accordingly, right, to kind of put that in place, because that outcome is going to be more positive for us, even if the journey to get there has a few side effects, right? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the side effects are the opportunities. Like, that's where we can improve, and so a lot of times we don't want to see. That we just want to accept the solution as being the fine, so we can shut down, so we can tune out again. We solved it, so now we can go back to, Instagramming or something like that. But this is going to be a forever, way of being, is where we're constantly shifting and moving to adapt with the world as it evolves. And that's really what Earth Speed is sometimes. Don't go slow for the solution, just making a decision, but really take your time and recognizing you really don't want to move faster than you're able to evolve. You know, because sometimes the decisions that you make are going to bite you in the ass. You know, and so we make a lot of mistakes by moving fast.
So I know we don't have that much time left, and I don't want to just be harping on all the challenges and all the negative talk about, you know, what we're facing as humanity. But, you know, as society overall, though, we have had a lot of successes when it comes to caring for our oceans and caring for our planet. So what would you say have been sort of the biggest positives you've seen in a shift for how we're viewing climate change in the world in recent years?
Well, I mean, certainly it's now the ocean, as well as the climate, is at the forefront of our minds. You know, it is right there on the main stage, if you will, which I'm really happy about, and I feel like, you know, I helped contribute to that. And here we go. You're just watching it unfold. I mean, look here in New York City during Climate Week, the amount of players coming to the table, wanting to participate, the amount of capital that is starting to flood, you know, this industry, and a lot that, you know, money's energy, and so I'm really excited to see what we're going to create over the next several years. And again, maybe naively an optimist, but I really believe that we're going to see a lot of really positive changes over the next decade.
And what would you say is your next venture?
I'm still a humble apprentice of the earth and the soil. I started Earth Speed, which is a media company platform for not only inspirational content, but also a marketplace for nature-based living. So that's really what I'm focused on in the next several years.
That's really great. And I think, you know, I guess we have a few minutes or two. If anybody has any questions, we'll definitely open it up. No?
Nailed it.
You guys know everything about the planet already.
Speed and like this idea of like positive messaging and how that can help drive change and kind of inspiration.
Yeah. Well, what I've discovered is the next stage for me, and what I think collectively what we need is people to be more self-reliant and take a little bit more responsibility for themselves and each other, and build the capacity to take responsibility. And I recognize, living in New York for my whole life, I was really being taken care of by all these systems. And then after COVID, you recognize, you know, a lot of our systems are like centralized systems are fragile. So I really wanted to build the ability to take care of myself and my family and my community as best as I can. And it's empowering. It's an exciting next step for me. So I want to really offer the tools to recognize how to live closer to nature, but also how to build that kind of resilience and that self-reliance so that we're not so reliant on governments or external systems to protect us or take care of us. So that's really what it looks like. And when you start doing that, then you can actually, you're not in fear so much. You can actually start to step out and contribute more effectively with the world.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian, for these very inspiring words. You talk about something which is, of course, all companies must care, that saying that infinite growth is over and that we need to think in a more regenerative type of economies where recycling is the only way to do things. I really love your words on permacultures. And the main question is, how can we put a constraint, real constraints to companies and citizens to really make it happen? Because we've seen that all nations have been able to get organized facing COVID pretty fast, pretty aligned, but we have difficulties to get organized on these climate risks because it's not immediate. So what should we do about it? How to really keep raising the
surging the topic to every citizens and every company. Should we put a carbon quota?
You said subsidies?
Companies.
Companies, okay.
Companies. Should we put a carbon quota to limitation to companies, a carbon quota or limitation for citizens? What should we do to speeding up the change?
Well, I guess I would push back personally on this need for speed. I think there's an artificial timeline that's been imposed by a certain number of people about how fast we need to work, and if we don't, we're all going to die. To me, that feels like doomsday talk, and we know all the people over time who've said the end is nigh have all been wrong. So I'm an earth speed guy. I'm a lifestyle in the cadence of nature, and nature doesn't rush. So first of all, I'd offer a reframe. Don't worry, because the worry and the fear will actually corrupt what we create and how. So first and foremost, it's a mindset from my perspective. And then once we can start to recognize that we are emergent from nature, we are part of nature. Nature birthed us, created us. So we have within us the ability to learn and adapt, and that is what makes us special as human beings. We come out unfinished so that we can adapt to the world and evolve, and we have an elasticity so that we can be creative. So I would say, let's put more resources, more minds, more energy into what we can build without the constraint of fear of time.
It's a great answer and a great closing. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights today. I feel like I picked up a few tips along the way. I'm excited to check out more about Earth Speed as well. But thank you all for having us.
Thank you.
All right. That was very exciting. Thank you so much, Stephanie and Adrian. That was an incredible look, not just at the ocean, but at farming, and just such an incredible conversation. So the next big one is going to be about the importance of offshore wind in the conversation surrounding energy independence. To moderate the panel, I'd like to welcome onto the stage the Vice President of Offshore Wind for the American Clean Power Association, Josh Kaplowitz.
Thanks. It's really wonderful to be here. Thank you to Nexans for hosting me and what promises to be hopefully a very interesting and diverse panel. Offshore wind is truly a generational opportunity, and so we have a great group of folks from industry and from the advocacy space to talk about the opportunities and the challenges that the industry faces. So first we have Ragnhild Katteland. She's the CEO of Nexans Norway and the Executive Vice President of Subsea and Land Systems in Nexans. Ragnhild holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from the Norwegian University of Technology in Trondheim and has more than 28 years of experience in the offshore cable industries. Subsea and Land Systems Business Group is a global business group delivering high-voltage cable systems with years of experience in turnkey export cable projects. Nexans also has delivered the dynamic export cables for the first offshore floating wind farm, Hywind. Next, we have, you can hold your applause. Next, we have Heather Reams. She's the president of Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions Forum, a right-of-center nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. that engages policymakers and the public about responsible, conservative solutions to address our nation's energy, economic, and environmental security while increasing America's competitive edge. Heather has been the chair of the National Clean Energy Week since 2017, which will celebrate its 6th annual celebration next week, September 26th through 30th. She is the Western Caucus Foundation a Western Caucus Foundation Advisory Board member and serves on the board of directors for the American Conservative Coalition and the Conservative Climate Foundation. Third, we have Nate Titai. He is head of Equinor's Washington office and is responsible for their U.S. government and public affairs. Nate was previously VP for communications for Equinor's international and U.S. business units. Nate joined Equinor 13 years ago after several years as an attorney practicing energy and environmental law. And finally, we have Troy Patton, who is the head of program execution for Ørsted. In this role, he's the North American anchor for QHSE, engineering, procurement, construction, and IT activities, that is quite the portfolio, related to the company's also quite large portfolio of clean energy projects. Troy has decades of experience in power generation, beginning with serving in the nuclear navy, working in control and engineering and engine rooms of nuclear submarines and an aircraft carrier. Troy has an undergraduate degree in engineering from Virginia Tech and an MBA from Clemson. So everyone, give our panel of experts a round of applause. And I'm going to sit down. So great to have all this brain power and offshore wind in one place. And I kind of just want to start with the big question, which is why, not just why offshore wind, but why offshore wind right now in September 2022? You want to start it off?
Of course. We have just heard the importance of environmental renewables and to reach our climate goals. And one of the renewables that we are working on a lot is offshore wind. So of course, offshore wind is, for us, key to reach our climate targets. Basically, easy as that.
I think that the technology is really there. It's exciting to think about the innovation that's been going on over a number of years. And that it's just exciting to think about all the investment, the R&D that's happened to be able to say, hey, let's build offshore wind where the wind blows and really capture it and send it to city centers that really need that energy.
Yeah, I think the expertise certainly resides on offshore wind elsewhere but here, but I'll do my best. But I think Adrian said it well with respect to the oceans. I mean, I think that's where it starts. It's kind of course, how we protect the environment. But I also think, we're at such a critical juncture in terms of energy, what we see with the situation in Europe and the trilemma of climate, of energy security, and of economic time, and we're facing these in real time. They're not theoretical issues, so I think this is the perfect time to talk about the opportunities within offshore wind.
I think Christopher started us off well in his introduction talking about how much more electricity we're going to need. So with plants decommissioning, the need for more energy as we replace those plants and let's continue to electrify the economy, I'll answer a more direct question of why offshore wind off the northeast United States coast right now. And that is the overwhelming energy need, the unbelievable resource that exists right off the coast here in relatively shallow waters, and the ability to pipe that resource directly into load centers where there is demand and not have to run large transmission projects over land. Can you imagine trying to permit through New York City right now? I mean, you have the unique ability to do that off the northeast coast right now and inject a large amount of clean renewable energy to the northeast where it's needed. So that's my answer to why right now. So
I think these are all good answers, but I also, Heather, I want to sort of start with you a little bit. These are all blue states, right? How do we get offshore wind? And so we're telling a good story about climate and the energy needs again of like metropolitan areas right on the eastern seaboard, but offshore wind, these are long project timelines. It takes 10 years from the planning process to steel in the water. How do you sustain political support for offshore wind here in the United States?
Big question. As the Republican on the stage in defending it, I say it's been a transition for Republicans. I mean, after all, Republicans are not in favor generally of mandates and government subsidies, and we know that there's some subsidization going on in the industry. So that does create a challenge. The second challenge, as you mentioned, is the geography. We've got a number of states, thinking off the coast of Maine. Susan Collins, who is a Republican, a senator, is very supportive of offshore wind, but so is her counterpart in the state, Angus King, who is an independent. So it does have to do more with geography than it does political party. It's important to meet members where they are. We're looking now at potential offshore wind in the Gulf of Mexico, for instance, where you have those so-called red states. And I think those dynamics are going to change quite a bit as you diversify offshore in the Gulf of Mexico, not just to the oil and gas sector, but then to the offshore wind sector. And there's a ton of opportunity. Members just need to hear about it. The political members just need to hear about it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I personally, I mean, trying to the best extent we can in the current times that we live to take partisanship out of this topic is extremely important. This is a bipartisan topic, providing energy affordable, cleanly. I mean, it is something that spans, it is a geographic issue, of course. There are different types of sources and things that will apply to different parts of the country, for example. Offshore wind, a great opportunity in the Northeast. However, the industry needs to, I think, for sustainability, needs to find the opportunities across different supply chains that penetrate parts of the country. And again, how do we, if you will, take down the rhetoric and look towards solutions? I mean, today I'm sure we'll see language from Senator Manchin on permitting. I think permitting is a topic where you see a lot of bipartisan support and recognize that there are challenges within the process, regardless of the energy source. And I think it's in all of our best interests to try to address that to the best extent we can, putting politics aside. And I say that very humbly.
We're going to dig into permitting in a couple minutes, but Troy, what's Ørsted doing?
Well, I think we think about this a little bit like the renewable industrial complex that needs to be created to serve the industry both and take a page from onshore. They've done a brilliant job, I think, in the last 2 decades of building bipartisan support. For ourselves, we have supply chain investments in 44 U.S. states. We're sponsoring vessels that are being built in Texas. And in Louisiana right now, we're building the first offshore substation that's going into South Fork Wind next year in Texas right now. We're making very deliberate choices. It's not a coincidence that one of our first steel orders was from a mill in West Virginia. So we're thinking about this as systematically as we can in terms of getting lots of support from both sides of the aisle.
I think also it was part of Chris' speech and also the panel before. Ultimately, we're talking about climate, and we all agree that we need to do something for the climate. And in this region, offshore wind is one of the positive and easy accessible, in a way, if permits put aside, that we can actually do. We have, as you say, we have the technology, we have the means, we have the knowledge, and we can do it.
So I do want to ask you one quick follow-up question on climate change. How do we get the climate change to be less of a sort of partisan football?
Partisan issue. I'll build on what I had said earlier. At times it's been the wrong message with the wrong messenger and going to Republicans and creating this very divisive political climate. And my organization focuses on bringing Republicans along. So I work exclusively with Republicans about clean energy and climate change, climate solutions, which is challenging work. For sure, but I've been very pleased to see how Republicans are acknowledging the value, for instance, that clean energy, offshore wind, the opportunities that are there. Innovation is a pillar for Republicans, and in thinking about the technology available, what we're seeing on the walls, a lot of this amazing technology, the fleet, the boats. It's not just the wind turbine, it's not just moving it, it's everything around it, and a tremendous amount of jobs, the multi-billion-dollar industry that it is, and with offshore wind, kind of speaks to like, why not offshore wind? What's the holdup? And I think the economic value will continue to climb and climb. I'll also talk about I want to mention the energy independence piece of it as well. We're dealing with price increases. Everyone wants to see prices come down, but we want to see that independence here in the United States. And anything that we're producing is homegrown energy. Who doesn't want that? So I think that's another area where Republicans are like, yeah, we got it. And then by the environment, clean air and clean water. So this all works together. It's just multiple legs of a stool rather than just one.
Well, you got ahead of my next question because the theme of our panel is energy independence, and I want to hit that head on. So, Troy, if you want to kick us off on why, obviously, it's all come to a head with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the crisis that Europe is facing. Why is offshore wind such a critical piece of, I guess, what is energy independence, and why is offshore wind a critical solution?
I mean, to pick up on what Heather said, I don't think this energy transition happens in a year or two. I think it takes a decade or two. I do believe in all of the above, maybe not every single bit of the above, but a whole lot of the above. And I think geography and economics, commercial interests will define where in the country or in the world certain technologies are best suited to satisfy the needs there over the next couple of decades. And that may mean gas, and it will certainly mean offshore wind and onshore wind and solar and the green molecule that comes from hydrogen or e-methanol or ammonia. Talking about the Gulf, I mean, our ability to use offshore wind in the Gulf to help provide the green molecule that helps green some of the industrial processes that need methanol and need ammonia there, being able to produce that in a green way that provides lots of jobs to those states as well, I think is critical to how we tell our story more holistically than just looking through one lens.
Yeah, you know, I think it's tough because the phrase or the term energy independence, it's kind of the same as energy transition. I think if we asked people what their definition of those two terms were here, people would have very different answers. Maybe some similar in certain ways, but there's a lot of ways to phrase the topic. And what is pure energy independence? I mean, there's probably an answer to that, but I've not heard a good kind of expression of what true energy independence looks like. I mean, there are elements, I think, of affordability, of certainly physical security, supply chains, other things that need to be addressed, but it's a complex picture, and I think whether we have an open, honest dialogue on what energy independence looks like, again, because it not to inject politics into it, but it does go there. And I think, you know, for example, in Europe, we've been discussing energy security as a topic for years, decades. Now it hit more than ever, of course, and now the challenges and the questions are forced into the dialogue. So I think it's a lesson for us to say we don't have the luxury of kind of debating these philosophically. They are here now, but it's going to take a lot of responsibility, a lot of collaboration, and not just by one specific country to do it. So I think, to me, it's a debate that's ongoing, but the parameters of it are still being defined.
So what lessons can we learn from Europe? I mean, you're in the eye of the hurricane, so to speak, in terms of using clean energy to achieve independence from perhaps countries that wish us ill.
I think I want to turn it a little bit around, actually. We have, I'd like to do that. Yes, in Europe, we have seen now the consequence of the Ukrainian crisis, gas, etc. And we see the importance of being independent, actually, to be able to have enough energy so that we can continue our daily life. And what I also see, and I think maybe we'll come back to that later on, is also now a competition of building these renewables coming forward. So on top of being independent, you also will soon, or already, we are creating an atmosphere where there is competition between the countries to build it faster. And this creates even a more complex situation of the independency of electricity than we've seen before.
Well, I want to sort of use that as a jumping off point to, you know, we've talked about all the great things offshore wind can do, but, you know, it would be a short panel if that was, if there weren't challenges. And I think you provide a nice transition to just talking about that global supply chain. And I'll just say, you know, editorialize a little bit. I mean, I think energy independence has to involve the fuel source being something that is you know, domestic. And once you're getting off of sort of the global commodity, that sort of is a precondition to true energy independence. But the supply chain is still global, and that, you know, so is, you know, there is the sort of rhetorical question: is true energy independence even possible? I think you were kind of hinting at that a little bit. But how do we manage what are the supply chain challenges here in the United States, and how do we manage them? I don't know if Ragnhild, if you want to sort of kick that off as sort of being in a place where the supply chain first got started.
Yeah. And of course, the supply chain is always starting with the developers, clearly. What we're seeing in the supply chain is that we have built a quite strong supply chain in Europe. Now we're talking offshore wind, of course, and the renewables with offshore wind. What we're doing here now is to try to transmit some of this to supply chain to US and build similar strong supply chain in the US together with our clients and as well together with our suppliers again. Charleston factory is a very good example of what we have done here, building a unique facility in US to support the climate change and support the development of the offshore wind farm. And I think we need to see much more of this going forward. And this creates jobs, and this creates infrastructure that is really pushing, again, it's kind of a new level that the also US needs.
So is it that easy? Just build the factories?
Well, there are a number of challenges. I mean, we could talk about ports and infrastructure availability on the East Coast for the East Coast build out, but I think the political support that we hit on before, bipartisan and consistent political support, is super important. When you have energy policy in the hands of elected officials inherently, you're going to have a time frame and have to make sense of that. But I think consistent policy, to the extent that we can benefit all of the above, will be better off providing the solutions that are needed. I think bold moves from companies like Nexans think about making the decision to build Charleston in the Trump administration with all of the uncertainty that exists years ago. It's companies that know what they're doing, that are well-financed, being willing to make some of those moves. I think it's a lot of American companies now not avoiding the temptation to try to do it from scratch and think that they have a better way, and understanding that the lessons that have been hard fought and brought the cost of energy down from a few €100 a megawatt hour down to less than $100 dollars a megawatt hour. Those were hard fought battles, and if we don't want to repeat that again, we can't afford it here in the United States. So bringing some American ingenuity and partnering with those in Europe that have some of that experience and knowledge, can bring the specs and the understanding of material science and what it takes to get that done. That willingness to collaborate is super important for the build out of the U.S. supply chain. It's true in materials, it's true in services as well. Survey vessels. I mean, it goes throughout the value chain for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think Troy says it very well, and I've certainly have colleagues in the audience who probably could speak to better detail than I can. But I think the notion of collaboration and there's an element of trust. I mean, I think we see the turbines at certain points, and in those pictures there are more turbines on the wall than there are in the United States. So the reality is that we're in an early inning one of the baseball game, and I think the notion is that we've been talking about offshore wind for some time. And I think for the supply chain, for the investors, the comfort level is certainly rising. And you see enthusiasm. I mean, it's palpable when you go to events, when you go to conferences, and the direction is there. But ultimately, for investments to be made of the magnitude that we need, there needs to be trust that the facilities will be built. The permitting will allow for it. And I think that's something that when we see that's why it's so important the first commercial scale projects are able to be delivered, generally on time, on schedule, on budget, because that's the reality that's needed, I think, for investors, for the supply chain to grow organically the way we hope. But again, the bold moves by Nexans and others are helping to stimulate that.
Just a comment. What is also important for us to do such investments in the supply chain is, of course, predictability of a portfolio of projects going ahead. That's kind of the starting point of everything. And when we finalized the Charleston plant last year, the first project actually we're not delivering to US. The first project we delivered to was an export cable to UK, a very mature market. Right now, we are producing for an export cable for Troy there, which I'm very happy for. So we are moving ahead in US, but it has taken some time.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I got asked the question, Troy, your framework agreement with Nexans helped sponsor and finance, help Nexans come up with the financing that they needed to make that bold move years ago. How do you feel about their first cable going to the UK? And I said, I feel great about that, because it just demonstrates how competitive we can be right here in the United States on the global stage. And it's a great example, I think. Nexans got to learn its lessons on somebody else's project and figure out what they're doing in South Carolina to deliver to our project. But it was really a best in class, I think, example of what can take place when you bring the right knowledge and the right attitude to the situation.
I wanted to highlight the supply chain issue from more of a political lens too. We hear this a lot from that we've got challenges with supply chains, and we're giving business to China, for instance, rather than bringing it here in the United States. We have the minerals here to be able to be self-sufficient, that energy independence. We have it here, but the permitting process, I know you want to get to that, is nothing but challenging to do so. And ironically, the Biden administration has been more hostile to domestic mining, but very friendly to the expansion of clean energy. So it's kind of like, what do we need here? How do we do this internally? Who do we work with? And with the anti-China sentiment that's generally in the United States, just generally in politics, particularly on the Republican side, it makes the politics even more challenging. So that permitting and starting to mine here in the United States responsibly, not relying on China, but also not relying on nations that don't have strong human rights in place, that aren't mining with the kind of environmental standards that we have, is incredibly important. And that dialogue really hasn't played out in a way that it needs to, so we can get over this barrier, really, to getting to expanding offshore wind and lots of clean energy here in the United States.
Well, and I think there's a tension not just with China, but with European products. I mean, which is a continent with an excellent record of human rights. How do you? I mean, I want to hit on these sort of domestic content requirements that are sort of starting to sort of come through with the Inflation Reduction Act and with the permitting, with permitting reform. How do you? But there is no, we're starting from scratch with the supply chain. How do you reconcile those domestic content requirements with the need, I think, Nate, you said it, to get those first projects in the water and sort of show the value of the industry? How do you walk that tightrope?
Very carefully. It is, and again, trying to be a student of it all. I mean, it's complex, right? Again, and not to kind of punt on this, but we're talking long timelines, many elements that come into it. There is, at this point in time, I mean, the 30 gigawatt goal that the administration set is a phenomenal one, and I think it gives us, something to look to in terms of how to reach that target. But there are a lot of things that have to happen for this to really materialize, and I think, our perspective is that we need to see the building of the U.S. industry, workforce, labor, competence development, these things are going to come along, but how do we bridge the gaps that exist to ensure those first projects are materialized, that give the confidence to investors, give the project developers confidence that we can do this and do it well and effectively. And I think it's a complex topic, but we have to try to create awareness of what are the elements that are here and now that we can deliver on, but what are the things that over time we can infuse more U.S. workers, more vessels, more things that can do the required work. But again, I think we get into the political components of it where it's kind of a black and white issue. It's far from it.
Yeah, I mean, last time I was in Albany, I mean, we have an auction or bids due for a New York 3 auction that's closing December 22nd. Merry Christmas to those working on the bid team. But our companies are competing with others to try to make the point in Albany with Doreen and the team, Governor Hochul's team, looking at the auction criteria that, you need to look at if you're talking about supply chain, you need to look at the fundamentals of supply chain. Labor costs, how important are they to the product that's coming out? Logistics, getting in and out. This is big kit. I was down in the Gulf a couple of months ago, and I had a couple of politicians point at the jackup vessels that are used to install those topsides, and they said, Troy, there's 20 vessels parked here. Why can't you just use them? I said, guys, they're 1/3 the size of what we need. I mean, you really don't understand how big this kit's going to be. It's a lot bigger than the 7 turbines that are installed now, and maybe 3 times larger than that now for what we're going to be installing next year. My point being, stick to labor costs, logistics in and out. How important are those things? CapEx build out. What are the environmental regulations around the CapEx build out to build your factory in New Jersey, where we're helping EEW build a monopile facility versus Ragnild's South Carolina factory versus the factory that we're building our vessel in Texas right now. So those things all play into where's the right place to situate which supplier of which material in which state and geography. I think those are hugely important. The second one to emphasize in terms of supply chain build out is don't overlook the impact of tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers and sub-suppliers. More value is likely created from the suppliers sending things to the loading docks at one end of that factory than the people in that factory shipping things out and onto the water. So those 2 things are something we struggle with a lot of state economic development associations and helping them understand where the true value is in placing a supply chain there and the ecosystem necessary around it.
Just to emphasize this one, even though we have a plant at Charleston, which is a fantastic asset, we will build also during a project. We will build a tier 2 and other subcontractors in the area of the project. So I think one of the challenges we have here is that we have to look also across state borders. We cannot have a plant, we cannot have a unique supply chain in every single state. We have to work together to make this happen and to keep the cost down, because that's ultimately what we have to do.
Sure. I mean, it's a war for talent in some ways. I mean, when I was down at Ragnild's factory earlier, we were looking at South Carolina, and I asked, how do you find people to help staff your factory and train the next generation of workforce? I mean, you're providing well-paying jobs for that area. And she said, we have a Volvo plant nearby, and we very much team up with the technical schools to train a cadre of electrical and mechanical skilled folks that can then decide where their future is going to lead. But we don't try to do that exclusively. We work with the rest of the kind of local environment to train the next generation of workforce, just in terms of awareness and advertising that these opportunities are out there. And they've got a great workforce that's very quality focused, very safety focused, doing work, really high-tech, sophisticated work to supply a product that's globally competitive, as you said before.
I want to get to permitting in a second, because that's
it's your favorite
my
topic.
favorite topic. Came from that world. But I do want to, we have all these workforce and supply chain challenges. Are there government policies that we need to be advocating for that will sort of help smooth the path? Because if people take anything away from this, it's that this is not on this is not an industry that's on autopilot. It's not inevitable. We need policies, but what are they?
I think I'll say that this is what's so, I've talked to a number of people who are like, who lobby and advocate, and what they would think about working with certain committees dealing with energy or with the environment. Well, those labor committees and the Department of Labor are also incredibly important, and also the Departments of Education and the technical schools. So this is it needs to be more of a holistic approach, and we're broken up in how we legislate here in the United States. Is these different committees have different jurisdictions, but after all, but we do need to educate that workforce. Actually, having the Vogel plant is brilliant, actually, to locate there and thinking about that. So I think that the government, in thinking more holistically, and also the training pieces as well, those are also pieces that often get cut. It seems like it's a giveaway to be training a workforce in some way, but it's the critical part that's going to continue to make that area of the country or that project more successful.
Yeah, I think education, you said, is so important. And it is. I mean, when we look at this as developers, we look at our projects, we think about the Department of Interior, the agencies that we deal with to get the project developed. But as an industry, I think this is where the collaboration is really needed, because it can't be looked through the lens of one developer. And I think this is where the trade associations play a very important role as well. Yes, Josh, because this is an education. This is a narrative that we need to work with the Department of Labor, agencies that we may typically from other industries haven't had to deal with, because they're developed. They have the sectors in the economy. They have the educational systems in place, the competence development programs in place to do it. We're have to borrow a lot from Europe, from elsewhere, where it's probably been done more you know, to the point where the industry is up and running. And I think that the education component cannot be underestimated here. And it's having that dialogue, you know, with all the stakeholders that's discussed here. But I think that I think we should look inwardly and say, are we doing a good enough job of that right now? And I think, again, taking off our own company hat, our own trade association hat, and doing it more collectively, because these are challenges I think we face together. And what we see and how we look at our supply chains, the workforce that we need, we can't just do it on our own spreadsheets. We have to kind of culminate them together.
Yeah, I think with 31 wind farms in operation and 7 of the 16 awarded projects in the U.S., we had a bigger mandate to go after this piece, I think, than anybody else. We worked directly with Secretary Walsh's staff on labor policy and incentives that could be provided across the board. So we worked with organized labor and signed the first national offshore wind agreement with the trade unions for construction, a commitment to paying prevailing wage for our projects. But we also worked with a whole bunch of technical schools and training schools across the country to train a generation of workers. There's a ton of maritime crewing in the Gulf that's going to be provided to build and operate our wind farms long term. I think it's just as important there. And I will say the Secretary is very focused on organized labor. At the same time, he's also focused on putting all Americans at work. And so I think it's a careful balance of policies that make sense in the development phase, during the construction phase, and then for 35-year long-term operation of our assets. And we found this administration to be a great partner for that.
So none of this happens if we don't get these projects approved, right?
Right.
What's the biggest challenge in terms of getting these projects through the review process, over the finish line, so that people can, you know, that you folks can feel certainty, all three of you, to make those investments? What's the problem and what's the solution?
I'll take politics first of all. Super challenging. I sound like we're going back to politics a lot, but there's a lot of politics in dealing with this growing industry, which is unfortunate. And there's just a lot of barriers to getting steel in the ground. And and it's not just legislatively as well. There's a lot of organizations that advocate. There is lawsuits that challenge and delay. So having some certainty through permitting, that not to say it's not going to go through the courts, because it may well, even though it passes. But this is where it feels like we're on one side of the aisle. From the left side of the aisle, we have to continue to protect the environment, what we have, and the regulations that we have today are created to protect the environment. And then, you know, another part of it is like, well, these, you know, these regulations are outdated, and we've been able to modernize, and modernizing our permitting reform needs to be part of that. Our permitting needs to be part of that. And, you know, are we giving something? And then you have more of a Republican, and that's kind of a center, and then on the right, where it's limited government overall, and permitting has been a long-standing principle for Republicans. And so I think the good news is this is a great place for bipartisanship, that you can talk about the permitting pieces and what we need to have. And we're having that debate in Washington right now. That is going on. And, you know, how much do we need to give over here to get this? And that dance and that balance is what we're going through right now. And we need to have that conversation. I'm not optimistic politically we're going to see something in the next few months. I don't know if anybody else on this panel is. I'm not. But at best, we need to recognize what we're building in terms of dialogue so that we can talk about where we're heading. We haven't really done that. It's kind of been like, oh, we've accidentally gotten this, and oh, we've accidentally done this. Versus like, this is where we're heading, this is our North Star, and this is a permitting that lines up to where we're going. We don't have that in the United States at this time.
I would say that the good news is that there's a clear recognition that the system is not optimal, being kind. But I think
same thing in Germany with BSH. We saw the same thing in the Netherlands. We saw the same thing in the UK over the last decade. Things did streamline. There was some interagency cooperation that helped get better, but all of that took time. And it was through multiple administrations. And I think it's hard when you're looking for predictability to be patient And I feel like we've been patient. I mean, it's 2022. Let's get on with it already. I think we've got an administration that's ready to help us streamline, and it's time.
Well, and I was going to say, you know, you've been in Europe, and like, what are some lessons maybe that we can learn in terms of
I
governance?
just hope that we can actually take some lessons from Europe and use them here, so that we don't need to use decades to have wind farms in the water in a successful manner. You're talking about permitting to build the wind farm. What we see is that, of course, also restrictions, what type of workforce can we actually import to US, to train here in US, to build the wind farm. It will take also for the workforce, it will take too long time to build the workforce in US with the right competence level to build these first wind farms. So also here we need to have regulations or less restrictions so that we're able to do it.
I would also say that it is important, you know, again, the administration has announced many goals, but, you know, when we talk about offshore wind, I do think it's heartening to see that at agencies you see senior leadership looking to say, we have a common goal here. The 30 gigawatt goal is driving us. And how that filters down through the organization and to set a strategic goal, not to abandon the work that's been done or to do it in a different way, but to say, okay, how do we balance our goals of biodiversity, of environment with climate? I mean, we talked about oceans at the beginning. And of course, climate change is impacting the oceans. And that should also be part of the agencies that are addressing this topic, but to do it, again, in a way that provides some certainty and predictability and balances these needs. It's not an easy job. I don't think it's fair to say that it's just making a choice like that. But I think there is a way, and I think it is a good dialogue that we're having. And again, it gives me optimism to think that the administration as a whole and the way they're coordinating across the agencies is at least kind of moving in a collective direction, which is a good thing.
No, and I think you nailed it. Like, the climate crisis is the connective tissue that'll get, you know, the NOAA and the Fisheries Service to sort of recognize that as the last panel, you know, discussed, that the warming oceans are the existential threat for all these resources that you know, a lot of these agencies are entrusted to. Well, we could talk all day, but we want to hear from the audience if there are some questions that our expert panel can answer. If we've answered all of them, we can keep talking, but we'd love to hear from folks.
Hands are raised.
Oh.
Yeah, over here up front.
You spoke about biodiversity, so how concretely are you taking that into consideration as a developer in order to make sure that your impact on biodiversity is minimal?
You want to take it first, and then I'll go?
Yep. I didn't quite hear the beginning.
Oh, so the question was...
Sorry, not to...
Yeah, no, that's all right. You can throw it onto me, Nate. So.
It's an old trick.
The question for those virtual, at least, was how do we assess and take into account the impacts on biodiversity of all of the construction that we're doing, and I would say onshore and offshore. I mean, there are, for a gigawatt wind farm offshore, there are 4 million man hours used onshore, and maybe 1 million person hours, I'll say, used offshore to do construction. And that's a lot of construction. It's a lot of digging, it's a lot of moving dirt around, it's a lot of putting steel in the ground and on the water. From our side, we've pledged net positive biodiversity by 2030 on all of our projects for life cycle. It's a very public pledge that we made deliberately earlier this year as part of our annual meeting. We are looking at science-based ways to measure the biodiversity before and the biodiversity after. We have the benefit of installing 31 projects around the world so far, and I don't know how many in development, a whole bunch. The point is, every time we do that, we come up with a little library of things we can do onshore and offshore. I would say we've transitioned from, in the last decade, talking about doing offsets to, no, in the community that you're operating in, how do you promote net biodiversity in that community? So how do you promote more life and growing of plants and animals onshore and offshore in all the places that we do construction? I will not tell you that we have the answer. What I'll tell you is we're committed to scientific targets and ways of measuring the biodiversity impacts of what we do, both onshore and offshore. That's what we've committed to. We have a number of initiatives, whether it's oyster reclamation, artificial reef growing, offshore, net planting of trees, and working with waterways and funneling water onshore to help attack this problem that we're giving ourselves sort of the rest of the decade to develop this library of options to go after in each of our projects. I will say, with respect to the oceans being global, or the ocean, as I just learned, being global, the biodiversity challenges are very, very local to where we're constructing, and that's the way we view them. So a lot of times it's getting in touch with the NGOs, the universities that are studying the environment in the locality where you're doing construction, and understanding from them what things have worked in the past, what technology can we bring to bear in the future. It's also making a business case for making those investments, and how you do that responsibly as a company is something that we're going to continue to work on through the rest of the 20s.
Well, that was a comprehensive answer. And
I was going to let you go first.
And you know, and maybe the difference between operations, commercial versus somebody in government affairs, and the quality of the depth. But I will just say that, you know, one of the things that when we look to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, of course we have a lot of focus on climate, but it shouldn't be to the detriment of the other sustainable goals. And I think biodiversity is a great example. We as a company put a lot of emphasis on that net positive. And when we look at projects, I think there has been a tendency to kind of imbalance these things. So how do we kind of look at, you know, being a former sustainability practitioner, I'm a big believer in looking at that full life cycle, looking at the externalities that we have, understanding through scientific and practical means what we do to address them. But it's something that we can't forget about. I mean, climate is the ultimate issue that we need to address, but these other things matter, and we can't lose focus on them.
The other thing I was going to add is, like, don't underestimate the power of technology to solve environmental problems. I think we go awry when we have environmental laws that set, you know, sort of very rigid requirements that don't allow that space for innovation. And, you know, a good example I'm going to give is NOAA, National Oceans Atmospheric Administration, has proposed a rule to protect the right whale, which we have to do, but their strategy is every vessel needs to go 10 knots or less. And what that doesn't account for is the innovations, the you know, remote sort of monitoring that you can do to allow, I mean, that has obvious effects on the speed at which you can, you know, construct and operate wind farms. That has real effects on the viability of projects. But if you allow for technology to sort of protect the right whale in often better ways than just slowing a vessel down, you can achieve better results. If all you have is a 10-knot speed restriction, that's it. There's no innovation to going slower. There's only one way to go slower. It's just, you know, just one example of how we need to have policies that encourage, and I can riff on 20 different other examples, but you know, I think we ought to really invest our efforts in the ingenuity of American and global scientists and
since you picked that one. And there are, according to the last report card from memory, so I'm certainly wrong, precisely wrong, 366 North American right whales left, according to the last report card, I think. We have an ex-Navy firm that we're working with to map out the undersea environment using a combination of buoys and autonomous solar-powered catamarans, trailing sonar arrays that can map out the underwater environment. We identified in the last migration season 7 unique upcalls to the North American right whale that scientists didn't know existed before. I think there's a wealth of knowledge. There's terabytes of data right now being generated to understand behavior of the undersea environment and the marine mammals that operate there. We have, so to give a bit of sunshine at the end of this, our first draft environmental impact statement for Ocean Wind 1, one of our projects in New Jersey, does contain a mitigation for the speed restriction. If we employ this technology in a way that will be more protective of the whales than simply slowing everybody down, but actually looking ahead of the vessels at what's in the water in front of us and either being able to steer around it or clear transit corridors, as in the language of the nymphs that we're working with. So there is hope, but I don't think I don't think the administration can do that alone. I think it's up to companies and technology providers to help show what's within the art of the possible, to map a way through piling restrictions that are there to protect the marine environment, but operating restrictions as well.
I have a two-part transmission question. So obviously building offshore is a big challenge, but actually getting that power to consumers has proven to be a big challenge. We have like over 700 gigawatts in the interconnection queue. Congestion on grids is already on the rise. Could you talk a little bit about the challenges of, or what your discussions are like with grid operators? Like, do you have to get into the interconnection queue of any kind? And the second part is, are you talking to people in Washington about developing national corridors or using eminent domain to build transmission infrastructure?
I can start if you want.
Yeah. I can probably hit on the second one if you want to take that.
All right, so what we're doing at Ørsted, we are bid into an SAA right now, a state process. The PJM's running together with the state of New Jersey to put an offshore backbone, a meshed DC backbone offshore to serve as really the socket for all of these wind farms to plug into, not just ours, but everybody's wind farms to plug into, provide a DC connection to shore that injects that power in a place where it can all be consumed. I think that's part of the story. PJM's interconnect queue process is in need of reform. They are looking to reform that entire market right now. That presents a challenge, but also an opportunity to present solutions to some of those congestion problems that exist. State of Massachusetts came out recently and said, transmission's an enabler for all of this. We need to get that part figured out, design the sockets before we can get these long extension cords coming from offshore wind to plug in. The state of New York has pledged to do something similar. We'd like to see more support from the government for all of that. We'd like to see more federal leadership. I mean, we have 5 independent system operators in this country. They haven't played well together. They don't work in an interconnected way, and I think that's a huge challenge. But what we can do is look to Europe. I mean, there's a very congested electric system there that's prevented power from getting to where it's needed. There's never been more awareness of that than there is right now. So what we can do is listen to the public hearings, provide input and models, help maybe model the grid system better than they do to show what's within the art of the possible in the future.
And imagine advancements in actual cables might help.
Technically speaking, I mean, what you're saying, to do the right analysis on the grid as it is today and with the new sources coming in, because it's changing and the flow of energy will change. So you can, what we're also providing, talking about technology, is monitoring, better monitoring solutions also. How much can you actually put through these cables that are already existing? However, knowing that the average grid age is old, not only in the US, but also in Europe. So we have to do something on the grid side. Whatever we do, even without renewables, we have to do something on the grid side.
Yeah, I would just add to say that this is an issue that, I mean, you're hitting on such an important issue in terms of, but I think it's one that's very under-discussed, if you will. Again, we spend a lot of time on the project development part, you know, getting steel in the ground, you know, all the operational regulatory issues around the projects themselves. Ultimately, it doesn't translate without the transmission question. And I would say that at least for the offshore wind community, this is something that we have to have much more focus on in terms of the siting of the facilities, the interconnectedness. And it's I would say this is an area we probably could improve quite a bit. Because it is something that you see for natural gas, for example. It's well understood in the pipeline industry and how these things work together. I think within the offshore wind community, we probably need to get a better understanding of how this will interact with FERC, you know, the authorities that exist, and what are the pain points, if you will, to try to get ahead of them. We probably should be there already, but I think it's a lot of work to be done.
I mean, you're going to run out of interconnection points at some point.
Right.
That just with the ambitions of, you know, how many gigawatts we want to generate on the shelf, it's not possible without some sort of a regional or mesh solution.
Hi, my name is Van Lo. I'm an electrical engineering professor from Stony Brook University. So I actually have, so I wear 2 hats. One is the researcher, the other one is educator. So I guess I have 3 points that I would like to ask or comment, and the first and second are connected. we have been working on, like the whole society has been working on integrating of wind power into the power grid for a long time, and it's surprisingly to hear that actually the grid operators still have a lot of concerns and takes a long time to convince them it's safe to connect this. The question is that how can we help? And the second question is that given such a long time for NEPA hold, and by the way, I suffer from that too, since if we have little project, it can be held up to 2 years before we can do any experiment. So in that case, as an educator, we're signed up to educate our new workforce and all the engineers to develop wind farms. However, I can't tell them after 2-3 years, hey guys, wait for another 10 years, our wind farm is about to run. So that's not good for them. So how can we actually mitigate this problem here and convince them this is a bright future that we should go after? And the third point I want to bring, I really like the story Tori just brought up, the Nexans learned a good lesson from others' projects. So I would like to see more of those kind of demonstration projects going on. But I also understand there's some consequence or risk behind this. For example, currently there are a couple U.S. Department of Energy calls on bipartisan infrastructure demonstrations. And I'm on one of the team actually teaming up with Ørsted. And at last moment for the concept paper, Ørsted has concern on the uncertainties of some of the risks that we cannot handle. It's actually, we're trying to use one of Euro 31 wind farms to do grid regulation. And however, something that we don't really know. So actually Ørsted, with this concern, Ørsted put off. But I understand the consequence here, but for such kind of opportunities or demonstrations, how can the government actually chime in and actually provide more incentive to encourage our wind farm operators, as well as the grid, to work together to address those problems in a more coherent way so that we take reasonable risk and do not let them run into bankrupt. So, yeah, those are my questions. Thanks.
I see we have a minute left, but I'll just say that, you get the last word. Yeah, I'll have less than that. Sitting on the plane the other day back from Oslo, I had two young folks, younger than me, that clearly worked in the offshore wind industry, and the enthusiasm that they were talking about. You see it at the conferences, you see it at the engagements. I don't think there's a question about the opportunity set that exists within the industry, and I think it's really motivating for people to work on these projects. So I don't think they're going to be concerned about, is it going to happen? I think they're going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, from my side, Stony Brook's been a huge partner for us up and down the coast on fisheries issues, on grid. I think to the extent academic papers help point the way, working with Jigar Shah in the Loan Program Office under Secretary Granholm and finding real demonstration projects that people can put their hands and fingers on is even more important, and showing, not just lecturing on how things might work, but showing people how they can work is just critically important. So getting as many of those Earth shots or moonshot projects going up and down the coast and even in the heartland, around DC, around where new technology can bring in superconductors part of the way, multi-day storage going to be part of the way that we solve this problem, and recognizing that those things are just going to take time is critically important.
Yeah, I was going to also add that as you're building these demonstration projects and then making sure that someone sees it, right? That it's going and seeing it and bringing legislators and other decision makers to see it and talking about the success story. That seeing is really believing, and I've seen it time and time again where it's really changed someone's perspective that was maybe a little more hostile, that like, oh, this is really the future. And also I think I wish your students the best. I think what we're talking about up here is just an incredible opportunity for the new energy future, and they're part of it. And they're going to be leading it one day. It's exciting.
All said. It's an incredible future.
I mean, it's a great note to end on. I see we're out of time, but look, one of the things that gets me so excited about being in this industry is that nothing's static, and we're always innovating, and the turbines are getting bigger. The floating wind is next, and that's going to be huge. This is the reason. I mean, one of the many reasons to be excited about offshore wind is just how we're pushing the barriers of what's possible. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John. Good.
Thank you, guys. That was amazing. That was such a good panel. So these conversations really are pretty crucial and are going to definitely help drive us into a cleaner, safer, just more reliable future. So we're going to be taking a quick little break for about half an hour. So we'll look forward to seeing everybody back in the room and online at about 3:20. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it and enjoy. Welcome back, everyone, to Nexans Climate Day 2022. And that's welcome to everyone in the room and online. I saw that at the break we had quite a few people joining on Twitter and YouTube and LinkedIn, so thank you all for joining. I think before we begin our next panel on how we build the supply chain, just generally in the United States, for renewables, for this clean energy future, I'd like to really welcome up Brian Bone, who's the Director of Industrial Projects and Facilities at Nexans, to talk just a bit about the facility in South Carolina and how it's revolutionizing the local supply chain, for offshore wind in the United States. So, Brian, if you could come on up.
No, thank you for this opportunity to come today and really speak from the heart from our unique asset here at Charleston, South Carolina, and the wonderful plant and people that we have here. So just real quickly to give you a quick history of Charleston. I'm an engineer by trade, so I like numbers, of course, but to give some stats and our industrial capabilities at the plant. So the history of Charleston, back in 2012, we broke ground on a greenfield project there, and in 2014 went into production mainly in land high voltage cables. But more than that was a strategic investment of geographical and where we were located on the banks of the Cooper River there. Strategy knowing that in the future that we had to push to be able to produce submarine cables and have a way to transport those cables. And then at that time, very unique compared to our competitors who were building plants at the same time but were landlocked and could not see that strategy ahead of time. So, yeah, quickly, 2017, the decision to make the transformation of the Charleston facility to a submarine cable factory and to produce both AC and DC cables. So part of that strategy, of course, was adding state-of-the-art machinery to uniquely make the submarine cable there. And some of the capabilities that we have there, of course, is one of the biggest machines in the world to lay up 3-core AC cables. It was a Nexans designed machine, a Nexans installed machine, and quite a bit of effort to bring in that technology to the plant as well. We also constructed one of the biggest in the world, AC resonant test system, 600 kV availability test systems, test labs in the world, and we are currently now fixing to install 1.2 million HVDC testing equipment in that same testing area. Again, capabilities of the plant, 10,000 metric ton turntable specifically designed to store these big and wonderful cables and uniquely matched with our state-of-the-art vessel and its capacity. So again, to supply these cables. And in doing so, building also there at the factory a sea terminal to accept the vessels that come up, both our own as well as the flexibility of third-party vessels. It's a unique situation in Charleston and the East Coast that we have to, of course, deal with hurricanes, and this sea terminal is actually rated to a Cat 3 category wind speed rated terminal. So we can safely moor up these vessels of our fleet or either of third-party fleets and keep them at the port safely, even in events of high wind speed, which is unique to that area. And of course, being a part of one of the major ports on the East Coast in Charleston and the Charleston Harbor there, and our unique position of being part of that maritime industry now to support us. You know, it's a reality that, of course, and we heard from the other panels, but a unique asset of being the first HV cable manufacturer in the U.S. And I say that with a sense of pride, and a pride from Charleston, not just being the factory itself, but the people that are behind it, the people that run it, the people that were strategic to have this asset here. So it's, the state-of-the-art plan is part of a comprehensive supply chain being developed to service, of course, this offshore wind market. And along with, as you saw, with our strategic partners, with energy companies such as Ørsted and Equinor and others to supply the first U.S.-made cables. And again, a very sense of pride as an American, as someone who takes pride in their country, to say that we are making the first offshore wind high voltage cable here in the U.S., U.S. supplied. You know, in an asset like this, too, we created over 200 plus high-paying, highly technical jobs in the area, and we'll continue to grow the facility as well. The plant, along with our strategic investments with Aurora, we're really leading the energy transformation, but really, it's really at the core sustainable electrification, and we feel very proud to be a part of that. So quickly in closing with Charleston, we are really at the core of our values with Nexans, and we feel that we are uniquely positioned, and the people and the plant there are united. And we're united with our stakeholders, with our partners, with our clients to develop and drive this North American offshore wind market in a sustainable core, at the core way. We're dedicated to deliver state-of-the-art HV cables that we manufacture. Is the critical link of that export cable to bring and harness that offshore wind and bring that energy to the shore. And we must do it in the most critical and quality way, state-of-the-art way as possible. And we're pioneers. As I said, first submarine high voltage cable factory in the U.S., strategic supply chain partners throughout this growing market, pure sustainable electrification player in North America, and again, we need renewable energy here in the U.S. It's not just here to talk about. We have to be the forefronts, and we are the pioneers to lead that sign. So thank you again for giving me a short time to give Charleston a plug, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you, Brian, so much for those words. So we have our next panel coming up, and that next panel is going to be focused mostly on, offshore wind and how we're going to develop the supply chain to build offshore wind just in the United States. So we're going to talk a lot about the, really about the local supply chain and building that local supply chain. So to talk about that, I'd like to welcome up the Vice President of at BNOW of Supply Chain Development, and his name is Ross Gold. And if Ross can please come up, oh, there he is. Okay, great. All right, Ross. How you doing?
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, thanks, Chris. Hello, everyone. Nexans, thank you, and Chris, thank you for the invitation to moderate this discussion. As you had already heard, supply chain is a big issue, right? The previous panel first talked about it. And some have really said that supply chain might be the biggest barrier that we're facing in trying to build out offshore wind industry, especially considering at the speed and pace required by our climate crisis and to meet the U.S. offshore wind goals of 30 gigawatts by 2030. And to do this, we need to install 2,100 turbines, 2,100 foundations, and Nexans 6,800 miles of cable to produce the 30 gigawatts of offshore wind electricity in the U.S. Globally, there is an even increasing appetite for offshore wind, and hence these components. Globally, there are currently not enough manufacturing facilities for large components to meet this growing demand. And it is imperative that we build a supply chain here in the United States to meet this market. But how do you build a supply chain from scratch for the energy transition? What is needed? Is there a workforce available? These are the questions being faced by companies as they seek to build manufacturing here in the U.S. And on this panel, we are fortunate to have individuals who are actually building those facilities and developing policies and building a supply chain to provide on-the-ground feedback of what needs to be done to build out the supply chain. And so now I'd like to introduce that panel. We have, first I'd like to introduce Jose Zayas. He's the Executive Vice President of Policy and Programs from ACOR. Jose is responsible for leading ACOR's policy agenda and implementation of the organization's programs and comprehensive initiatives. Jose is an avid supporter of clean energy and has over 25 years of experience in the renewable energy and government sectors, including, importantly, experience working at the Department of Energy and its Wind and Water Power Technology Office. So why don't you welcome, hold your applause to the end, and we'll bring Jose up here now. Next, I'd like to bring up Brett Persons. U.S. Supply Chain Development Manager at Siemens Gamesa. Brett spearheads the localization efforts of Siemens Gamesa's offshore business unit in the United States. And prior to his current position, Brett spent over 10 years leading procurement at Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy, helping to establish the company's supply chain in the Americas and beyond. Brett, why don't you join us here on the stage? Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Patrick Pelleron, President, Marmon. Patrick joined Marmon in 1990, and he has established business relationships with major original equipment manufacturers. His leadership has led and mobilized teams to reach corporate milestones and successfully build a world-class manufacturing organization. Patrick? And last but not least, I'd like to introduce to you Vincent DeSalle, Chief Operations Officer and Senior Executive Vice President in charge of the BNT Northern Business Group. Vincent joined Nexans in 2001 and has since held various key supply chain management positions with Nexans. Vincent? You can learn more about these great experts and supply chain manufacturing builders in the program, but I'd really like to just jump in right now and get us started. So here we are. Let's take a step and look at this at the very beginning. We heard some conversation earlier about supply chain and localization on the prior panel. But so what are the trends? We're seeing these trends towards greater localization, both in state policies and in tax credits. It makes sense why elected officials and politicians want to localize the supply chain. But why is this so important to the offshore wind industry and the companies like yours here today? And we'll start right here and work our ways down. So Vincent?
Well, I think, as explained by Brian just before, we look at the mega trend of electrification in the world, and indeed some years back we take this bold decision to build our unit here in the US, to be the first manufacturing of cable in US subsea. And in fact, we have been able to do it thanks to, of course, our know-how, the knowledge of the market, but because also we had a strong support from the local authorities. Will help us to find the right setup, and in the second step, with the strong collaboration with one of our customers. So I think this ecosystem with, I would say, first ranking supplier, local authorities, and customer is what we need in order to develop the business. And this type of ecosystem is most likely due to the acceleration of the offshore wind farm in US, the need to be duplicated in order to follow, I would say, this market. If I make a short comparison with Europe, in order to bring the level of gigawatts in Europe, it needs around 3 key players and 3 ecosystem in order to run. So that's basically what we'll have to do in the coming years, I think.
Okay. Well, thank you. And Jose, what are your thoughts on, why is it so important to build out a local supply chain to support the offshore wind industry in this transition, from your perspective?
Like discussed this afternoon, there's big targets. You mentioned them in the beginning. You got 30 gigawatts by 2030. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of interest. These products are big. We talked a little bit about the scale this afternoon. We're talking about blades that are reaching 100 meters in length. These are enormous structures. So there's an incentive due to logistical considerations and others to have some local content be produced to as close as possible to where they're going to be deployed. In addition to that, we're seeing, of course, a lot of activities through, we alluded them today, through BOEM, the lease blocks, what the states are doing, and so forth. So everything is gravitating towards this kind of ecosystem, and it's critical. We also talked a little bit about jobs and all of the opportunities that are really born and the economic values that are being created by these. So all these things are coming into play at the right moment and at the right time, which is conducive to creating this ecosystem that we've been discussing this afternoon, and I think it's going to continue to move forward.
And Brett, I would ask the same question of you. Thinking about this, Siemens Gamesa has manufacturing facilities globally. You have an announced facility here in the United States. Why is it so important to build this local supply chain?
No, that's a great question. Ross, you mentioned the interest of politicians and the attractiveness of these initiatives to politicians. And it's true, but the reason is because it's attractive to the voters. I mean, the voters want to have local economic development and wealth creation in their communities coming along with the development of offshore wind. So I think, you know, unlike in some other areas of the world, renewable energy is not universally supported in the United States. So finding, you know, a bit of a compromise there. It's not only bringing about the ensuring the future of the planet and the climate, but it's also creating jobs and supporting the local economy is quite important for those voters. So the broad support.
And Patrick, from your perspective, you're also building a facility here 2 hours north or so from here.
Yeah. Well, first of all, for us, it was an easy, no, not an easy decision, but there was something easier perhaps than most people who have been in wind for 20 years, onshore wind, and then there's that new market coming in the U.S., potentially huge. It's in our backyard. So it made sense for us to work with our two partners there, Port of Albany and Equinor, to get involved. But that's one thing. But if you look, this is for us, but if you look more generally, I think that there will be, especially with what is happening in Europe, which is super big, so there will be a shortage of capacity. So where do we add that new capacity? There is no doubt that adding that capacity in the U.S. reduces the logistic cost, which is non-negligible. That you can say, yes, but the manufacturing cost will be higher, so that's people have to look at the balance, but still, at least in the manufacturing cost, you don't have that much variation, where in logistics, you can have a huge variation, huge surprises. Thirdly, I would say that with the long-term effect of the war in Ukraine, I'm sure there will be relocation of many activities, most probably in the energy sector. People will be extremely careful who they do business with. I'm sure this is going to happen. So definitely that's a third reason. And the fourth reason, I would say that government are putting a lot of money, and we all want that money to continue and to continue and to continue again. And we cannot just take the money and do whatever we want to do with it. The government wants local content. It's as simple as that. If you want to have more money, you need to listen to the local content, and you need to make it happen.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm going to jump off that last piece here and go a little bit off of what we discussed a little bit. But, you know, we got into this a little bit in the previous panel. They talked a little bit about local content policies and get into local content. You know, what is it, you know, from your perspective, you know, how do you view the U.S. market? Do you think of it as a whole? Do you think of it as individual states? Do you think of it regionally? You know, if you're trying to define, you know, a market in the United States, which of those perspectives do you take, and which would you consider? Would you talk about it as domestic content, regional content, or local content, and which would be preferable for you?
When we looked at it first, there is a reason why we went to New York. It's simply because New York, more than, I would say, equal with New Jersey, they want local content. So we know that they will always take that into consideration. And at that time, until today, it was the state with the highest amount of megawatt. Today with New Jersey at 11,000, they overpassed New York. But we'll see, so it makes sense. And the logistic aspect in the U.S. of moving big parts, monopile, TP, blades, towers from one state to the other, it's not defined yet. You know, that logistic part, how competitive it will be to take a part, let's say, from New York to ship it to Virginia, New York to Massachusetts. There is still some uncertainty about that. So I think definitively we look at the total East Coast. Okay? But to start with New York, there is no doubt about that. But at the end, we look at it as the total East Coast, but we may end up doing 90% of our stuff for New York.
A broader look. And what about anyone else? Anyone else have any thoughts on where to look, regional, domestic, or otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, you asked the question, do we see, is it one region or is it multiple regions? I mean, I think the answer is it's two main regions, East Coast, West Coast, with a sub-region being the Gulf that can be serviced largely by potentially facilities on the East Coast, although there will be some transportation constraints there. So TBD if the industry builds up also in the Gulf. But to the question of is it regional or is it domestic, I think there also has to be some consideration for domestic. There are currently certain states that support renewable energy and states that do not. And the states that do not are not going to until they see some sort of wealth creation due to that. And it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing. Hey, will they incentivize it and believe in it, or will they get the jobs first? And I believe that they need to see the money flowing in before they potentially start to support renewable energy.
Yeah, I would just add a couple things. From where I sit today at ACOR, we represent many companies, and my previous job at DOE, we tended to look at things at a national scale. And you look at policies, an important policy that we just saw passed, the Inflation Reduction Act, which I think is a true game changer for offshore wind and many of the renewables for two reasons, and I'll come back to the content piece. One of them, it gives certainty in a decade sense. Many of us who've been around in these industries haven't experienced that in a long time. We've had these starts and stops, which have been very problematic for creation of supply chains, making the decisions to large capital investments that are needed for some of these facilities. And now there are even domestic content considerations within the policies themselves. So it's a really interesting time to talk about domestic context. In the previous panel, we talked a lot about politics as well, and I just want to bring that into the fray. When I was at DOE, it was really interesting to think about offshore wind in relationship to onshore wind, because when we're talking about onshore wind, we're potentially talking about all 50 states. And when we're talking about offshore wind, it's actually, it breaks the union a little bit. I believe to 23 states. I should do my count before I came up here, but it is a subset group. So politically, the landscape's different, and how do we not only encourage that, and now that we see all of the active activities happening in the East Coast with the emergence of what could happen in the Southeast with the moratorium being lifted coming out of the IRA, and potentially now what's going to happen in the West Coast, is a really interesting conversation to be had. But I think in general, the points that were stated in your original question around, these are incredibly large items. I remember being back in the 90s where people thought that a megawatt machine was impossible. And now we're talking about doubling that order of magnitude difference. So the logistics of how do we handle these parts, they're not very easy to pick up too. They're awkward pieces like the blades. There's a lot of considerations to why I think the domestic element is really going to be vibrant and really prominent in the offshore sector.
Now, maybe to add, I think you are looking at the three levels. You need to look at it at national level, regional level, and local level. But the question is about the scale, and the question is about the timing. I mean, when we have started, for example, in Nexans, for sure, it was the beginning of the offshore wind farm development. So we look from a manufacturing unit to be at the national level, because of course, you build a factory for several years. But in a second step, for sure, if in several years the market starts to boom as we expect, most likely we'll have to look to East Coast and West Coast, that's for sure. And after, you have also to think that there's also a part of local content, because even if we are manufacturing right now in South Carolina, when we will do the execution of a project, we'll build local team in the state. And that's why we have opened recently an office in New York. If I make, again, a benchmark, because it has been done in the previous panel with Europe, we have one factory in Norway, but we have execution team in UK, in France, in Germany, in Italy. So that's basically the setup, which is going to grow over the years as a kind of network, part of it being national, part of it being regional, part of it being local. And we'll have also to adapt the second ranking of supplier in the same aspect.
Okay. So you mentioned your facility in South Carolina, and you made the decision with those knowing the various rules to build out and expand your facility in South Carolina. You've made the decision to go ahead in Albany. You have one in Virginia. When you're planning these facilities and trying to move forward, what have been the biggest challenges you've faced in trying to build a manufacturing facility for large-scale components in the United States?
Permits?
Permits? And when you're saying permits, you're talking which permits?
No.
State, federal, or all permits?
No, the main thing is that you have to know the amount of acres that you need, and to be realistic, not the amount of acres that you would like to have, because you won't find that. So that's the first thing. Okay, once you have that, and you have your project, and you have the good partners, but to make it happen, it's if you have major components, so you have to be along a seaway, you touch water, federal government. This is where the problem is. This is where our problem is. Federal government, it's not the state of New York. Federal government. You have to be super patient. And unless you are in that business every year, if you're not in that business every year, you expect a lot of issues, and it will be worse than that. So you have to be super patient. After that, I think you have to look at your cost. You know, if you have been building stuff for 20 years, and over 20 years it has been more or less the same cost plus inflation rate, it has nothing to do with what it is now. In the last 2 years with COVID, the shortage of people is just, it's another level. So you would be very surprised by what it is. So these are the big things to make it happen. But the land is, if you need 10 acres, there's no problem. But if you need 70 acres, 100 acres, you don't have that many locations, and those locations are perhaps not in the states that you want to do business. So that's, I think that's the first thing, that the magnitude of the land available. Then the permits, be patient. So if you expect that you'll build a shop and in 2 years from that you'll be in operation, that is just not going to happen.
Yeah. It's interesting. Permitting is definitely an interesting perspective and thing to keep in mind. And then also, obviously, yes, of course, in the U.S., in many areas, the coastal land has a value that's been put on people that's not necessarily for manufacturing, right? People want big homes or beachfront property and beaches there, right? Brett, do you have any thoughts on the challenges you all are facing as you're building your facility?
I think Patrick spelled those out quite well. You know, the biggest challenge right now for us is the cost. And not just due to supply chain constraints and, you know, the price of construction going through the roof, price of materials going through the roof, but just even prior to that, the states and the federal government having a true understanding of the cost of constructing these facilities. The components are huge. They have to be outfitted for future technology. The technology is constantly evolving, and that always means that they're getting bigger. So if you want to have, you know, durable facilities, they need to be constructed with those future needs in mind. And it means that the cost is significant. And, you know, going along with that, somebody has to pay that now, or we have to have, you know, the industry can invest, but we have to have visibility on the future pipeline. And we have to have some level of confidence that the volume will continue to come to recapture those investments later on.
And so we talked a little bit about that, and I've mentioned the 3 facilities that are planned and are already constructed here. And, you know, the Business Network for Offshore Wind has identified that there are 13 new or expanded facilities that are going to supply either cables, blades, and towers that have been either, again, built or announced in the United States. But our own research has also said that it's just not enough, right? It won't be enough to support what the industry actually needs for this build-out. And Jose, you touched upon this, the IRA, so I wanted to jump off on that piece, the Inflation Reduction Act. Is the Inflation Reduction Act going to be enough to encourage the further manufacturing we need, or are we going to need more policies, or are we going to need something else?
Yeah, I would just say, you know, the IRA it's one of those policies that is really going to be, in my mind, symbolic to the true movement of all these industries moving forward. Is it enough? It's hard to say, but I think anybody would say that no, it's definitely a great down payment to a lot of the things that I think these industries would need. Everything from what we talked about, from ITCs and PTCs, advanced manufacturing credits for wind turbine specific components, blades, towers, and others. I don't recall seeing cables there, but that's something that I'd like to at least learn a little bit more about as an example. You and I got to chat a little bit prior to this. There are key elements within IRA that I think are enabling and are not there, and that's the ITC for transmission expansion as an example. That is critical. We're talking about all of these assets, not only onshore, offshore, and everything. Transmission is going to be key, and we all recognize that we have an aging infrastructure that is not adequate enough or positioned enough to move the electrons from where we want them to be generated to where we need them. So that's an example of some of the potential shortcomings of the IRA. We're all waiting for Manchin's potential release, which could happen, as I heard, as 6 p.m. today was my intel. There's something will come out discussing that, but my point is that's also a key piece that's missing. So is it enough? I would say no, but from the perspective of certainty, I think it does a lot for ITC and the kinds of investments that are needed when we're talking about billions of dollars to make decisions that need to be made. Many of you may remember, and something that I think is illustrative of why the length of this is so monumental. In 2013, what happened to the wind industry? It went from 12 gigawatts of deployed installed capacity to 2. that really creates havoc to the manufacturing facilities and the certainty that these individuals need to not only make a profit, but to be able to stay around. So those are the kinds of things that need to be prevented, especially in an emerging industry like offshore.
You know, I think, of course, I mean, these proposals are interesting. Is it good enough? That's a big question. But at the end, what do you need? I think I would like to come back to the comment made before. You need to find a location. And that's the most important. It's not so easy. It means poor access. You need to find a competitiveness, an area where you have you can reach competitiveness, where you have manpower, qualified manpower. So that's really the first element. The second element is that you need to have a long-term vision. I mean, you need to see that you have a pipeline in front of you, because if not, of course, you will not invest. And after, when you are starting the execution, at least for us, I mean, you know, building a factory is not so difficult. We are building factories, not each year, but on a regular basis. But what is important is to find the right people, to have the people skill, and make them, let's say, develop their business. So here in US, I mean, you have mechanical engineers, you have electrical engineers, you have run big projects, so you have project manager, you have a contract manager. I mean, all the pieces are there, except that all these different skills have never worked on the offshore business. So our responsibility as a company is to put all these skills together and bring them ready for the development. So for me, I would say the main topic is really people skills. That's a key topic.
Yeah, Brett. I would make a comment to challenge a bit the premise and the idea that we need supply coverage for 100% of the demand, right? Because that's always the comment, that more build out is needed to be able to support the industry in the United States. But do we really need to have 100% of the demand for main components coming out of the US? You typically want, and sourcing on all levels, supply diversity. Diversity in location is one of those. So, I mean, if you shut off completely the import supply chain, it's very difficult to turn on later on, or to turn back on later. If you have enough capacity to cover 100% of the demand today, it means if the demand fluctuates, people lose their jobs. So there's a balance there. You know, you want to have local jobs. You don't necessarily need 100% of your components coming from the US.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will also add something on what Brett just said, and also on the Inflation Reduction Act. The two things: do we need more facilities and the Inflation Reduction Act? And I will use the offshore-onshore comparison, because we're mainly in onshore. In onshore, the market in the U.S. is way, way, way bigger than any facility capacity, if you look at the entire States. Locally, it may be different, you know, down south and things like that, but overall, the market is way, way, way bigger than the production of any facility. In offshore, it may not be the case. You know, let's say facility, let's say we'll make towers for 2,000 megawatt a year. Okay? If we look at, there is a lot of uncertainty in the market, and the offshore market is something very special. You look at the market, let's say you're new, you look at it, there is a lot of uncertainty. So you say, okay, I'll dig into it and I'll learn more, but the more you learn about it, the more uncertainty there are. So that's a very special market. So, and the thing is that it's highly possible that some years there will be 1,000 megawatt and some years 6,000 megawatt needed. So you may need, so that at the moment it will be 1 tower shop hours. So you may, some years need 3 and some years need 3/4. It's, until we know at what level it will stabilize, and the permit, and until we know that, I think it's slightly difficult to know that. I'm not talking about what Brett just said. That's one thing. And the Inflation Reduction Act, also will use the onshore, offshore. The Inflation Reduction Act for manufacturing people is fantastic. Let's face it, there was nothing before. There was nothing before. Sorry for people in cables. Sorry for you guys. For us in towers and blades and nacelle, it's fantastic. That's it. Offshore, onshore. Onshore, we are producing onshore, so we'll get the money right away. You know, so 2023 will benefit. Okay, you need then to say, okay, we want to do more. So there is no permit issue in onshore because everything is on land. You don't touch the water. The problem is the when you touch the water. There's no permit issue on onshore. The permit issue for the developer in onshore is way, way, way smaller than offshore. The size of the component are way smaller, so the construction are way faster. So the Inflation Reduction Act in onshore will have, I think, a very serious impact on the expansion of capacity, because of those reasons. You can benefit from it right now. If you look at offshore, you want tomorrow, say, okay, I'm excited, I'll start a shop tomorrow. Minimum 1 year permit, 1.5 years, minimum, if you touch the water, the wharf, and that's the minimum. It's a big facility, 1.5 years construction. Then you need the ramp up to be at full capacity with the shortage of people, 2 years minimum. So you look for 5-6 years where you won't touch the maximum. Now you're in 2028. So you will touch the maximum of the Inflation Reduction Act in 28, 29, then it's decreasing. And then on the top of that, it's maybe tax credit. You can sell your tax credit, but what will be the discount of the tax credit? So when you put all that into effect, it's fantastic. But you have to really look at your numbers and all the uncertainty. But in onshore, it's right now. In offshore, the impact will be more complex to figure out. You have to be more careful in offshore.
Yeah. No, and I think there is another point, because we speak about supply chain. So we speak about cables, turbines, towers, foundation, and so on. But you have to integrate the full supply chain, because behind this, for cables, for example, you need metals, you need plastics. So it's not only to build the first tier supplier, which is important. You have also to build the second tier, the third tier, and subcontractors which are going to be used in the execution. So I think, speaking supply chain, that's what we have to look at. And you have to secure the second tier or the third tier if you want to be successful. And we know with the different crises that we are facing all over the world that sometimes raw material or energy can be an issue. So I think limiting our discussion of supply chain on this first ranking, I would say we minimize the potential risk, I would say.
Yeah, we all like to look at the big and talk about the big shiny objects, right? But you do bring up a very good point, and I'm glad you did, because I want to get into that a little bit more. So you are, a large component manufacturer, and you do deal with and you work with the tier 2, tier 3s. What specific challenges are the tier 2 and tier 3 or suppliers facing in the United States in coming into and gaining entry into the industry?
I mean, for the cable business, maybe it's a little bit specific. We have a chance to have already an history behind us. We are having as suppliers worldwide companies. So what we have started to do with them already some years back is to see how, as we are also moving in US, as a US producer, what they can do also with us. And some of our suppliers have started already to do exactly like us, to develop product portfolio here in US in order to start to establish a kind of integrated supply chain. And after, the second big part for us, on top of plasticizer, steel, and so on, are of course the metal, the copper or the aluminum. And here we are integrated. We are not so far from here, a big rod mill in Canada, and we are using this rod mill in order to bring non-ferrous metal to our plant. So we are indeed not only putting a factory in US, but we are also at the same time with our ecosystem of suppliers trying to integrate, to verticalize, if I can say this, all the upstream part. That's significant, that's clear. If not, we will not be able to follow the growth of this market.
Yeah, I mean, Brett, you focus on the localization of the supply chain, right? The people, the businesses that are coming to you, what barriers are they facing, and what things can what barriers are they facing?
If I looked at my voicemail box and my email box, 95% of the people coming to me are global suppliers who are interested in coming to the U.S. I think there's an education gap on the opportunities in the industry with some of the local existing domestic suppliers, number one. I think it seems that the states have a greater desire to bring in foreign investment than they do, and at least that's the way it's incentivized in a lot of the solicitations, than they do building up existing local suppliers. But I'm not that often approached by existing local suppliers in the states who are educated and say, I know what you need and here's how I can deliver that to you. Some of them come meet me at a trade show or something and say, yeah, we do this, what can we do for you? But that's not enough, right? If you're coming to trying to sell your product or service, you need to have a market entry plan. You need to know what you can provide. And I think that the gap there needs to be filled by the state economic development entities. And I think the states need to step up, and they're trying. And I talk with them all the time, trying to educate them on some of the things that we buy, what the requirements of our suppliers are, and then they need to bridge that gap between local suppliers and the OEMs and the other tier 1, tier 2 suppliers to develop some opportunities, because they do exist out there. These guys have facilities that are fully depreciated. A lot of them supply aerospace, automotive, other industries with critical quality requirements, same as we would have. So I think it's a bridge just needs to be built. It's being built, but it needs to be built faster.
I was just going to add, and I really like the two words that Brett said. Education is a big gap. I think that's, you look at the example from what Troy from Ørsted said in the previous one, he's sitting in the Gulf and people are saying, we have all these vessels, here's what's the issue, right? They don't understand the scale or the requirements that are really needed. Qualification, as these individuals try to qualify. It is amazing how much we push what we consider a very cheap basic material, e-glass, for making blades, what we demand on that particular product. And every supplier that may make e-glass to retrofit a boat or update a boat, understanding that the process may look the same, but the requirements are fundamentally different. So there's a big education piece and qualification piece that could be better. I would argue, and maybe it's a question also to the panelists, one of the advantages that offshore does from a supply chain, recognizing that we have to have more focus on tier 2s and tier 3 suppliers, is at least there is an ecosystem, domestic and globally, that knows how to make wind turbine blades. We're talking about scaling. So there is a place to start from and leverage deeply versus where we were 20 years ago, where we were taking yacht manufacturers and turning them into blade manufacturers. So I think the time's a little bit different, but the education piece and the qualification piece is critical.
So it sounds a little bit like you're talking a little bit about maybe a partnership and a local domestic supplier, tier 2, tier 3 supplier, partnering with the experienced European provider who has played that role before in getting their education. Speaking about partnerships, I want to get a little, just ask a question here. Obviously, Patrick, your project is a part of a partnership. You want to talk a little bit about the process of building a partnership in developing a manufacturing facility for the offshore wind industry? How you went about building your partnership and how you see, how did you leverage each of your strengths in building and working on the facility?
Okay, we have been looking at putting a facility making towers in the US for a long time. And we have visited all the states, all the land available, and we did all that. And at one point, we realized that rightly or wrongly, we thought that it was going to be quite difficult not to get linked with specific request for quotation. You know that if you're linked to a request for quotation and that quotation wins, there is some kind of like an obligation to make it happen. Okay, it's better than to put your facility and then to start looking for work. You know, if automatic. So that was our thinking, and in that specific case, we ended up that New York was going for a big bid. New York is very strong on local content. They had exactly the land that we wanted at the Port of Albany. And then we end up meeting Equinor that really believe in that process. Okay, so I think it was a fantastic team. You know, because it's Equinor that bids. It's not we don't bid. So we ended up with, I think, it's a fantastic relationship, and it's exactly like that. But we started with the fact that we need to get before putting that facility, we need to have secure orders, and it was if we can secure the part of a bid, and that's how we started. And now I'm just you know, but the most important thing about that relationship I cannot even mention. That's confidential, but I would say that at the core of it, those were the main things. But naturally, it's more complex than that. And what's the relationship between the three companies, and what's the involvement of Equinor, which has been, let's say, the key to our partnership.
And you brought out a little bit about some of the factors that you thought about in making the decision to build the facility in the Port of Albany. I'd be curious to have the two additional manufacturing facilities talk a little bit also more about some of those factors that you relied on. So Brett, what were some of the factors that were relied upon in making the decision for the facility to be built in the blade facility in Virginia?
It's a good question. Certainly, there has to be a desire from the state, right? Because these things come at a cost. There has to be a desire from the state to participate in that investment, to support that investment, and to support the volume suitable or necessary to support and backstop the investment. There has to be, ideally, the cost of infrastructure development at a greenfield site to build it up to be capable to support, and this has been discussed already, these components are huge and growing, to support loading and unloading these vessels. You can be talking about going to a piece of green property and paying hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. So if there are existing ports that have existing quays that have suitable load-bearing capacity and such, that goes a long way toward the economic case. So there was such a suitable site in Virginia that made sense. So that was just another piece of the puzzle that created the suitable environment. So,
Vincent, you had the facility here.
Yeah, we are a little bit in advance, if I can say this, because we have started the project, or thinking about the project 10 years ago. But again, I think, and I will come back basically to your points, there is two steps. When we launch a project, what do we need? We need to find local support, because indeed you are asking a lot of things to the local authorities to have the permits, so local support and local commitment was a key element. Of course, be in a location where you will be competitive versus Europe or versus other potential area in the country. And as I said before, an area where you have university, where you have schools, where you will be able to build and to have a good workforce. So that's really the first element. The second element is really, you call it partnership or alliance, but you need to have a view on your future. Because in this business, and I think it has been expressed in the previous panel, there is a demand, there is an acceleration of offshore wind farm in US, but we know that there is permits, there is a certain number of process. So sometimes you can be on time, but sometimes you can be a little bit delayed. So you cannot go in such investment without, I would say, an alliance, or I would say to share the risk. At the end, that's really the story. How to share the risk between the different players of the supply chain in order to be sure that if something happens, there will be a kind of help between the different actors. So flexibility and risk management are also two elements that we need to look at in this ecosystem or partnership of alliance, whatever you call it.
Yeah, and absolutely. It took the globe 3 decades to install 30 gigawatts of offshore wind, and we're looking to do it here in the U.S. By 2030. And I won't say 8 years, do it in an 8-year period, because we actually have been spending more time than this 8-year period. We do have a little bit of a history, but we only have 8 years left and 7 turbines installed in the water at this time. This has also been hit on a little bit. Building a supply chain isn't just only about the manufacturing facilities, right? It's also about other infrastructure in place as well. It's about ports. It's been talked about a little bit here. It's about vessels. Does anyone want to get into a little bit about our current vessel supply? Do we have enough vessels? What do we need to do in order to make sure there are the vessels to move and install these components?
I can start maybe. I think when you are a cable maker, it's maybe a little bit specific, because we are used to say that we are producing cable, but in this business we are doing turnkey. So which means that we have our own vessel, which that you can see from time to time on both sides of this room. So when we think about offshore wind farm, we think about solutions. So it's also always factory and laying vessels. We have built a laying vessel, which is brand new, which is going to support the activity. But indeed, that's right. Otherwise, you have a certain limitation in terms of number of vessels available in the world, especially for this type of installation, direct HVDC, long lengths. So most likely, if we see indeed a significant growth of this market, you were saying before that we'll need probably a second facility somewhere, but most likely you will need, in the coming years, another vessel. Well, it's slightly different for cables. We only need one vessel. You need basically 2-3 years to produce a cable, only a few weeks to install. So you have a different, I would say, balance between manufacturing capacity and installation capacity. But you have to take care of the two indeed.
I think that's a tough question for the folks on stage here to answer. That's not really my area of expertise. But I mean, the short answer to, do we have enough vessels and do we have enough ports and do we have enough existing infrastructure is no. And no, the answer is no. That needs to be built out, and it's happening. We have the first U.S. flagged installation vessel coming, but there will be a need for additional. But you have this hesitation, of course, to invest in these things for the exact reasons we've spoken about already. They require long-term commitment to the industry, and there are while we see a lot of great steps made both in state and federal government, there's still a lot of uncertainty to how this will develop over the next couple of years. As you mentioned, we have very few turbines actually in the water now. We have a lot of permitting challenges ahead of us. We don't yet enjoy universal support amongst the country's politicians and voters, so I think that creates some hesitation. So that means that the cost of those things either needs to be covered now by the taxpayers and ratepayers, or there needs to be more visibility for the companies to be willing to invest and assume they recoup those investments long term.
I want to jump off that big part you said there, Brett, about universal support. In the United States, not only are we looking to build an offshore wind industry, its supply chain, create jobs, and other things, and also combat climate change. The industry is also being asked. The industry is also being asked and looked at for helping bring in individuals and communities who have not been a part of the energy sector in the past, and bring local communities into projects and working in manufacturing facilities like they haven't in any other ways in other sectors have not been asked to do in the past. Now, I know Jose, ACOR has a program that it works with minority and women-owned businesses that you use in order to help bring them into the renewable energy space. You mind giving a little, we need to find some programs to help do this outreach. So
yeah, I'll just talk about it briefly, and glad to talk about it offline if you're interested during the happy hour. We have a program called Accelerate. And its intention is, just like you alluded to, is to really bring companies that really may have a hard time penetrating the market, either by experience or knowledge, or just network capability, and really provide ACOR as a platform where we can bring these companies and introduce them to tier 1 companies and others for the education, for the awareness. We also have a mentor program, and there's a lot of facets that we try to do to at least enhance, or in essence, like the name says, accelerate their adoption into this industry. Because what we have found throughout every single company in our portfolio is that they have a lot to offer. They have a lot to offer in ideas and in thoughts that maybe we haven't considered, and a lot to offer in terms of technology that maybe we didn't even know about. So the whole motivation for us as an organization is to really try to identify these companies and really provide them a platform so they can engage and have robust discussions. And what we're finding is a lot of maybe things that we didn't even imagine in the beginning. Now they're working together, and they're creating a bigger part that they couldn't do on their own. And they're doing really impactful things either in their community or entering the market. So we have this smattering of success stories in a rather short amount of time, which we're really proud of and glad to talk about it more.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And we are here in Climate Week, and this is Nexans Climate Day. And so I'd be remiss about asking a question about a sustainable and low carbon, decarbonized supply chain. And I'm gonna just specifically ask this question to you, Vincent. I understand there are companies, project developers, and others that have these corporate policies seeking to move to a 100% carbon neutral supply chain. Your other companies have different sustainability policies. Can you want to talk a little bit about policies that Nexans has itself, and your thoughts on meeting? You're a supplier to those companies that have that policy in place. How do you envision meeting those goals and those requirements from corporate policies of the project developers?
I think first, it's not only goals, it's a commitment. I mean, we have taken the commitment to be carbon neutral at Nexans in 2030, so we are working since now several years on these commitments. And basically, if we go directly to the offshore wind farm, what does it mean when we are operating in this sector? So you have different streams to answer to this ambition. Of course, you have our production assets, could be the installation vessel or manufacturing. And here we are working much more, I would say, about a certain number of technical elements to reduce the consumption. So it's about consumption reduction, efficiency in the management of energy, and we have several programs running. The second element is, of course, to work with our suppliers in order to integrate the full scope of the carbon neutrality, and most of our suppliers are also committed to be carbon neutral either 2030 or 2050 for some of them. And we are also trying to develop with our R&D team materials which are, I would say, having a lower content. So this is now we have solution for aluminium, for example, with lower carbon content. We have solution also with the copper because we are doing recycling of the copper, so we are reducing the CO2 impact. We are also working to find solution to have, as I said, local sourcing of supplier to reduce the transport. So it's again the analysis of the full supply chain. And indeed, we have our own commitment. We try to have commitment with our supplier. And to be crystal clear, we are currently signing agreement with all our suppliers in order to be sure that they are going to work with us in this ecosystem again to reach their ambition in terms of CO2. And if the supplier does not have this commitment, we have done it with some of them in some areas, we stop the collaboration. So it's not only window dressing, it's really reality, engagement, commitment, but it requires indeed a lot of work in order to be done. Again, as I said, the different stream, efficiency, consumption, using renewable energy, and work with the supplier in order to integrate them in the overall application.
And expanding that a little bit, just beyond the suppliers, what is the role of policymakers and elected officials and local economic development agencies in helping to assist you in those efforts of moving your supply chain to a carbon neutral supply chain?
You know, the best element is, of course, to have access to renewable energy. So I would say it's a kind of loop, but more you will have indeed offshore wind farm energy available, and clearly we'll source locally this energy. And that's a big component indeed to reduce the CO2 emission, that's for sure.
So making sure we hit that 30 gigawatt target would be a really important piece of that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I hope you're all listening, policymakers back home on that. I just wanted to turn now quickly before I jumped. I had a few more questions for you, but I wanted to see if there's any questions here in the audience. We have the opportunity here to ask people who are actually building some manufacturing facilities in the United States some questions about how they're doing it and what they're doing. Is there anyone here that has a question for our panel? Yes, I see someone in the back over there.
What are the biggest risks that you see for your current supply chain plans that you have to address the shortfall right now?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I think there's a lot going on globally, right? There's a recession fears. There's certainly some sort of economic crisis happening right now. It's an energy crisis in Europe, and you know, the ensuing currency complications there. There's the unknowns around the Russia-Ukraine situation. All of that has, you know, reverberates throughout the supply chain globally, and it's very difficult for us to quantify those risks. And everyone in the supply chain, you know, from ratepayers on back are trying to decide where that risk is absorbed. Okay, of course the states are willing to participate in it to some degree, but they want the other industry participants throughout the supply chain to accept some of that risk as well. So I mean, that's number one, and I think number two is, you know, as I've mentioned a couple of times up here, the uncertainties around how the industry continues to develop and be supported in the United States. The uncertainty, and I have not mentioned this, around how much of an emphasis on local content the states continue to maintain. We have seen in other countries globally where there's a major emphasis on local content, everybody rushes in, builds facilities, and the country says, you know what, I'd rather have cheap wind now. And those facilities are then sitting there, you know, they go empty. So those are the biggest ones I can see right now. There's probably something important I'm not thinking about. So
No, I just want to use the example that I used before to really illuminate what Brett just said. When I mentioned the example, what happened to the land-based industry, and I really, my dearest hopes, having been a big offshore wind aficionado for a long time, this doesn't happen. When the 2013 event happened for land-based, it wasn't until 2020 that the capacity equaled what we had in 2012. So if those facilities go dormant for considerations like the one Brett, the confidence to want to reinvest and bring it back online is a huge hurdle, if almost impossible. So those are the considerations. Just wanted to.
Yeah, and the cost. I mean, when you idle a facility that's efficient, you turn it back on. You know, you're years until you hit that same level of efficiency, and the rate somebody has to pay that cost, right? So.
Yeah, so if I just may use moderator privilege right here, you know, I do think that the uncertainty and one of the things that you haven't touched upon is the fact that when you looked at something like you talked about onshore wind, you had the tax credits that were starting and stopping, and they were starting and stopping, which created an ebb and flow with the industry. And so right now we have an administration in the United States that is all in on offshore wind. And however, we have an election cycle in this country where every 4 years we have a new administration that can come in. So that also obviously is a risk because you don't know what the next administration's position yet is going to be on offshore wind. So that poses a political risk.
Sir, if I may, certainly does. But I think, and maybe I should say I hope, what the IRA bill does is really break that cycle marriage that was in the past. If you were to see the past, and if you were just to plot, just Google wind capacity deployment by years in the U.S., you would definitely see that political cycle very prominent in that ups and downs cycle that are very, very disruptive. I'm going to use the right word now, which I think is hope. I think the IRA being now 10 years, given certainty to 2025 for the offshore specific, and then going to a tech neutral, rules to be, of course, figured out through Treasury, and that's something that we're really focused on. That mismatch within the political cycle, it's going to be really interesting. And my hope is that it'll dampen some of those uncertainties that are just created intrinsically by that 4-year cycle that we have in our political system.
No, and I think we have to come back also to the introduction of this Climate Day at the end. We have no choice. So maybe we'll have some hurdles because you will have during some years a change of politics, or you may have some activity a little bit slower because permits and things like that. But at the end, we have no choice. So, in Europe, if I compare where you said in your introduction that we have a bigger capacity, but if you look back at the beginning also, it was not so easy. We have hurdles for permits, and we still have in some countries some difficulties, but the mega trend is there. So, okay, you may have maybe some slowdown, some difficulties, but I don't see other options. Could be for offshore wind farm, could be for solar, or other type of renewables. But at the end, globally, as inhabitants of this planet, we have no choice.
I was just going to make one final point there that a very smart guy that I know mentioned to me just earlier today the importance of engaging red states in some of the supply chain development and to allow them to share in some of the benefit. And if we're creating jobs in red states, it's going to be much less attractive for the faucet to be turned off later on. So.
That's great. Yeah, that's what you're seeing in all renewable technologies right now. So yeah, thank you for that.
Hi, Nate Titai from Equinor. Really great panel. Thanks so much for your thoughts. Just a topic, I think it touches upon something that you all hit on in some way is the just transition and thinking about workers that can be in the supply chain. Obviously looking at opportunities for people that have worked in the supply chain in the oil and gas industry, for example, or in the coal industry. A lot of discussion about how do we ensure kind of gainful employment in the supply chains for workers in the transition. Of course, there are geographic components there. There are the offshore wind industry, as we've talked about. Of course, in the Northeast here, workers for some of these industries are in different parts of the country. And it's not just easy for people to pick up and move and find new gainful opportunities. But how do you relate to the, if you will, the workers in the just transition and think about how to leverage existing supply chains for similarly situated industries and bring them into the fold? How do you see those discussions going? Thanks.
The workers issue is a very important issue. There's a bad thing in the U.S. There's a good thing. The bad thing is that of all the developed countries, I think there is less than 9% people working in manufacturing. Percentage extremely low in the U.S. compared to any other country. But the U.S. is a big country, so in absolute amount, it's still a lot of people. That's a good thing. If you look, because I've visited a lot of facilities in Europe where the dynamics is totally different. You visit a shop in Belgium, in Denmark, in Germany, it's not Germans that work in the shop. Greek people, Polish people, a lot of people from former Eastern Europe where manufacturing was really, really strong. So they have access to that pool of people, which is not the case in the US. Because if you go in a tower shop in those countries, it's not the native people that work in those countries, not at all. So that's the difference, that this is something that we don't have in the US. But the key thing is to work with schools. Government money is good, but work yourself, do your stuff. Work with schools and make it attractive. Make your company attractive. And the good thing about offshore wind is that because offshore wind will be part of the solution to mitigate the climate change, is that you can give a meaning to your people. If you work in that, you are part of the solution to that big crisis. At least you give them a meaning. So if their job has a meaning, and if your company is attractive, it's not the government money that will solve that. Yeah, you have to do that yourself. But still, it's a huge issue. See, because the United States for manufacturing, there are huge challenges. Most people, young guys, they are not there. They are not there. But you were talking about communities that are not in good shape. Where we are located, next to us, next to our facility, there is a community which is not in good shape. But we will attract them with good jobs, more than meaning. They want good jobs. We will add the meaning to that. We will add the quality of the company to that. But they are looking for good jobs. So you still have too many of those communities in the States. That's a good pool of resource.
But I think it's, as we said, it's a ramping up business. It's a new technology, at least here in US. So you don't have many options. You have, as you said, to work with schools, university around in your perimeter in order step by step to build the competencies. You have also to work to look on the what I would call adjacent type of business. I mean, it's what you said. We are somehow there is an experience in oil and gas industry in US, and for sure that's where you will find in our business project manager, expertise in mechanical engineer, and so on. So you look to the different sectors. We are also, of course, doing a lot of trainings internally. We are trying to duplicate what we know from Europe and make extensive training of our people. And I think it's what you say. You have also to offer attractive job to the people in order to attract them in our companies. And I would say that's why that's not the main reason why we have chosen Charleston, South Carolina, because it's a quite attractive area for US citizens. But it's part also of the story. I mean, when we chose Charleston some years back, we thought about that, saying, okay, it's also a nice area to attract people. And we have people making quite a lot of miles in order to join the Charleston and South Carolina area.
Any other questions in the audience? Oh, yeah.
So it's Teddy Mulfelder from Equinor. I'm getting a lot of questions now from Equinor. How do you see, maybe if you look 10, 15 years from now, how do you see the landscape of the U.S. supply chain looking? How big does it actually get? And then another question is around, is this a U.S. supply chain for the U.S., or is this a U.S. supply chain that can realistically sort of compete on market levels internationally?
I don't want to put anyone on the spot, and I'm not going to, but there is a company that's already built and manufactured the cables and then exported it to a wind farm in Scotland.
So I think I think your question is quite interesting because at the end, of course, we are here in order to build facilities, experience to deliver the US market, but indeed our first production has been for UK. And I think there is three reasons which are important, and we don't have to think only US. The first point is that it's good for our customers to know that there is backup solution. It means today we are the only one able to produce subsea cable in US. To know for our customer that we have another possibility in Europe, I think it's something very important. We have to reduce the risk for our customers. So that's the first element. I think the second element is that the first project in US are, I would say, not small, but they are average size of offshore wind farm. The next generation will be much bigger. And who knows, maybe you will need 2 facilities to run at the same time on the same project in order to reduce the overall lead time to install the offshore wind farm. And we have seen that already in some interconnection in Europe, where we have run 2 facilities at the same time in order to reduce the overall time, because like this, we reduce the cost of the project. So, I mean, you have to think about that. And the last element, we spoke about it, in this ramp-up phase, we know that sometimes you can have some holes, if I can say this, in the pipeline, and to be flexible and be able to export, that's also important. So you have these 3 aspects from my perspective, which are important to think not only local, but to think a little bit broadly.
I'll just add, where Ross started today, Teddy, and sharing some big numbers. If we just use the administration's objectives just as an anchor, right? 30 gigawatts by 2030, some big numbers, 2,000 turbines, 6,800 miles of cables, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We know we need a little bit of everything. So if in the time scale that you alluded to, I would hope that we have a robust supply chain that not only meets our domestic demands, to the point, the second question that you asked specifically, what can we maybe consider even exporting? The challenge with that question is, in particular, at least to offshore wind, is how do you take into account the logistical considerations that are borne by some of these articles, right? Not all of them are created equal from an exportability. I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm going to use it right now. But so I think that the opportunity is, yes, I think there's going to be areas where we can compete both by global demand, just pure need for products, and competitiveness as we spool up our capabilities here. My concern, and this is a concern that I always had at DOE, as we look at how things have been occurring, and especially in the offshore wind sector, you have these state pushes and these companies coming online through the lease process and so forth, is how do we ramp up our supply chain as effectively and as efficiently as possible? How do we go into a potential steel manufacturer as a cohort of companies saying, hey, let me give you some certainty in volumes instead of fragmenting it? Because I think there has to be some efficiencies that are born both to create the certainty in others. And those are the things that I've always been worried about and how this system has evolved. I may be wrong. I've been out of the agency for a little bit now, but those are the things that I'm really curious how they'll manifest themselves in this short time scale. But I think if we can get past that hump, leverage the certainty that's created by policies, administration goals, whatever it may be, momentum, and create that foundation and preserve it, I think that the opportunity space is there. It's just that hump is what I've always struggled with.
I think the U.S. is not a manufacturing economy. I mean, the goal here is to have suitable manufacturing to support part of the demand of the industry locally. But, I mean, the cost driver that would make us competitive for exports would mean that our cost of labor was lower. And if our cost of labor is lower than other countries, we have a problem. This isn't something really that I think we'd be working toward as a country, just on a macroeconomic scale. I do think that, this first wave of main component facilities, nacelle facilities, tower facilities, and to a lesser degree blade facilities, will serve as anchors to a developing supply ecosystem around them, because if it doesn't make sense today, if it's a challenge to build components that can be used locally, it's a huge chasm to produce components that can then be shipped to main component facilities in other countries. So the first step is to get the main component facilities and to train local workers and to procure services locally. Then comes building up of that second tier, I call second tier from my chair, supply chain, component suppliers, and on up the supply chain to some of the other component suppliers that can deliver to those facilities.
Yeah, I think you raised a good point there, Brett. Teddy, it's not, we're only talking about a small piece of the supply chain here that, as you well know, the supply chain is more than just the manufacturing facilities, and there are other aspects, services as well, and things. What we should do is look at the U.S. economy as a whole and see where the U.S. has its strengths, like IT. We have Silicon Valley out of the West Coast. We have strengths in cybersecurity and defense and things of that nature, and which are all important integral pieces of the offshore wind supply chain. So we can look for those companies within the U.S. that do those things well, and then give them the offshore wind education and get them into the offshore wind supply chain, and then look to export those talents from there.
And just to add to that, and also looking at facilities that have excess capacity and balancing supply and demand in the country. The question was asked earlier about just transition. There are factories out there that are fully depreciated, that have a lot of machinery that's sitting idle, that have people in the community that need jobs. Rather than building a bunch of new buildings, essentially, and building additional capacity, which creates more challenges for those businesses, looking at, again, and I said it earlier, having the states help us to build that bridge between the manufacturers, the OEMs and the developers and the local manufacturing entities to help with that supply and demand analysis.
If I may just add, maybe again specific to offshore wind, that at least I'm curious your thought, Brett, since you were commenting as well. When I look at the U.S., as you well alluded to, we've lost a lot of our manufacturing prowess, I would argue, and we have some intrinsic areas that we are really good at today. What always has made offshore wind interesting in my mind, especially when I was in the federal government, is we're not going to compete on pure just labor. But these products intrinsically carry another variable, which is just the logistics to move it, which in essence becomes a suppressor to labor, right? Because it's at the end of the day, is how much is it going to cost me to get products from A to B? And it makes it really interesting, especially when you compare it to other renewable industries like solar, for example. As we are trying to figure out how we compete in solar, all the panels kind of look the same. We could put 100 of them in a shipping container. So our ability to compete on the logistics game and the labor becomes a little bit more complex in comparison to moving a wind turbine blade. Mm-hmm. So that's what at least has always given me at least true confidence that we can have at least a robust, it won't fulfill all domestic supply chain for sectors like offshore wind, just because that transportation component is going to suppress our inability to compete on a pure labor perspective.
Yeah. It's easier with larger components.
Yes, for those components.
Easier with larger components. When you get into the smaller, tier 2, tier 3 components, then that's when they become more exposed to market forces from imports.
So I'm going to push back a little bit. I have, as the Business Network for Offshore Wind, we have members that are from labor unions, and they're in my ears all the time, and they push back on that piece there when it comes to the labor. And things that I hear in response is, well, yes, maybe cost dynamics are different, but when you look more into the value of the labor, you get the training and the experience and the other assets. There are other pieces and components of the labor and workforce that you may not have in Europe that maybe make, while one may be a lower cost supplier, there may be more value and less error and better work and more efficient work products with the other. So I just want to push back on that piece and see how would you factor that in?
No, I agree. Listen, I'm just a little bit out of date, but I think these are themes that apply, right? I think that Europe has shown that they can make products themselves for their own services and be competitive. And I would argue that their labor wages is not out of line compared to the U.S. labor wages. I may be wrong, but I would assume they're fairly comparable. Again, I may be wrong there. So I agree with you. I think that I think the opportunity for us to have a robust domestic supply chain is real for the considerations that we said. I think that we can revitalize in certain areas a robust manufacturing presence. Is it going to fulfill all of our orders? I think Brett's right. I don't think it'll ever happen in that sense.
It's going to come at a cost. And I didn't know if this question was going to come up because I wanted to make this comment that in some cases, continual support of this domestic manufacturing may require indefinite subsidy, and that's okay, right? I mean, if you don't have to have component manufacturing in the U.S. that is nakedly competitive all on its own. It all comes down to cost per job per year. And if the amount of money that you're paying a worker, if you're paying $20,000 or $40,000 a year to support a worker who's making $80,000 and spending that $80,000 in the local economy, it's a hell of an investment for the state, right? It's not a handout in any way. It's an investment in a blue-collar workforce which needs jobs in the United States. If we didn't have that, and we have that in many, many, many industries in different forms, there's subsidization all over the place. If we didn't have that, we would have a blue-collar workforce with no job opportunities, and our manufacturing capabilities would crumble, and that wouldn't be good. So,
I would add something, because the question that Teddy was asking was about what about 10 years from now? And what Vincent said was that earlier he said that it needs to happen. Oh, it needs to happen. Okay, I think it depends a lot also. The worker issue is one thing, but I think that the size of the market in the US, plus what I've said earlier at the beginning, the political aspect of the war in Ukraine, I think people totally underestimate that, and which is a huge mistake. There will be a relocalization of factories. If we look at what is happening with the computer chip, we should all be scared to death about what is happening. That can disrupt the economy tomorrow, anytime. And on the energy, we have a lot of people that do the same thing as we do in Europe, transition, peace, monopoly, things like that. And they just said that with the war in Europe, at the beginning, it was disaster for them because the price of steel just went to the roof. But now it's bonanza, because there is a relocation of the production of electricity in Europe. And things that, last week I was told that one guy, he needed a permit usually 2 years in Germany. 2 weeks now. 2 weeks. 2 weeks you have a permit for serious work. And the price are to the roof, company will invest like crazy, the demand. And to assume that this is going to the roof in Europe and in the US, it will be business as usual. And we won't, because in onshore, the problem with nothing is being exported in onshore. The big competition is Asia. Asia is coming in my product, Asia is coming in full speed. This is where the competition is. But if there is a reorganization on the political aspect with respect to Asia and China and things like that, that will change the game. That will be the main drive. I believe, if we look at 10 years from now, that should be one of the big drivers, the relocation. And the cost will be the cost, and the people will adjust. And we'll pay $50 per hour to get a welder, because that's what we'll need then, and this is what will happen. I think to underestimate that part is a big mistake.
Oh, and I think it's what you said also. We are going to do here in US what we have done in Europe in basically 1/3 of the time. So when you look back in Europe 40 years ago, there were 1 or 2 players, very small, trying to build the supply chain. Now it's a very robust and comprehensive system with plenty of companies, big players, starting from the raw material, the components, the manufacturing unit, the installation, the subsea activities. So the scale-up of the market in US will push us to do that. And of course, there will be probably part of it which will be import. But the size of the market by itself will generate the growth of the market. So the only question is indeed the speed of the growth. Is it going to be, I would say, high speed with a lot of projects? But if you see the number of projects coming, I don't see how in 3 or 5 years there will be a consistent overall ecosystem on the offshore wind farm in US. We have no choice. And with all what you say also about the overall environment, there will be a need to do that. And indeed, what we have seen also in Europe is that we have been more and more efficient. We are able to reduce the cost, to work on new design, new solution, find solution to reduce the percentage of labor in the overall solution. So we should be able to do the same here, in the same manner, and normally in a speedy way.
I was just about to give you all the opportunity to say a parting word as we wrap up on time here today, but I think you've kind of framed it really well.
And we're out of time.
And we're out of time. But before we go, I would like you all to please join me in a round of applause for our panelists there today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was awesome. That was building that new supply chain. Honestly, is going to be a very big challenge for us, as we all know. But it's going to be an even greater accomplishment when we actually do it. So. So next up, we just have a couple of video remarks, actually, from Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts, as well as Congressman Andrew Garbarino from New York's 2nd District. And they're going to talk a little bit about the importance of energy independence and why we should really be stewards of the environment moving forward. So if we can get those videos up, great. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. It is a privilege to speak to you during Climate Week New York City. As a representative for the South Shore of Long Island, I know the impact that our changing climate can have on coastal communities. Addressing climate change and restoring American energy independence go hand in hand. Energy independence is critical to both creating stability for energy costs and for preserving our national security. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus and a member of the Conservative Climate Caucus, I know that sustainable energy like wind and solar have a huge role to play. I favor an all-of-the-above approach that combines the goal of addressing climate change with preserving economic prosperity. As the needs of our nation grow and evolve, it is essential that we explore all forms of alternative energy so that we may deliver clean, cost-effective, and economically responsible power solutions to the American people. We have the ability to make the energy we need here at home, and it's innovators like Nexans that are going to help us get there. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your ongoing commitment to pursuing sustainable energy solutions.
I'm Senator Ed Markey. Thanks, everyone, for joining at Nexans Climate Day to speak about opportunities that are blowing in the wind. There's no doubt that offshore wind is a booming market. There's been a gale force growth, almost 40,000 megawatts of state offshore wind targets, a growing number of leases, and an increasing number of projects planned for the next 10 years. But we'll need to turbo or turbine charge our offshore wind deployment if we are to confront the climate crisis and prevent our worst case climate scenarios. We're already seeing the devastation of climate fuel disasters, and without zero carbon generation, that damage will only get worse. This is why the Inflation Reduction Act is an incredible achievement. It will reduce emissions, create good paying union jobs, lower energy costs for consumers, and provide funding so that we can begin the long process of repairing historical harms in our environmental justice communities across this country. The Inflation Reduction Act will support energy reliability, cleaner energy production, coupled with historic investments in American clean energy manufacturing. It will be a revolution. It contains a $30 billion to onshore clean energy manufacturing across the full supply chain, including my Offshore Wind American Manufacturing Act, which provides manufacturing tax credits for offshore wind technology and vessels that are made in our country. The Offshore Wind American Manufacturing Act would help us build a robust domestic offshore wind supply chain, build up our union workforce, and build our clean energy future right here in America. These manufacturing incentives will lower cost pressures on American families and reduce our reliance on China, ensuring that the transition to a clean economy creates millions of American clean manufacturing jobs and is powered by American-made clean technologies. But it's just a start. We just have so much more work that we can do, deploying 30,000 megawatts of wind offshore. But to do that, we need to be bold and effective in order to achieve all those goals. That's what the Inflation Reduction Act, or to put it another way, the biggest climate bill in the history of not just this country, but any country, has ever been able to achieve. That's where we are right now. We're going to lower emissions, create millions of new jobs, and simultaneously engage in the kind of environmental justice that we need. And we're going to do it by moving from the mill to the megawatt, from bolts to volts. We're just going to transform our economy. So let's fill our sails and put the wind at the back of the American industrial sector, and we will get this job done. Truly doing God's work here on earth, capturing all of these God-given natural resources which have been given to us. So let's just move forward And I'm so looking forward to partnering with you in the future.
Great. Well, thank you, Senator Markey and Congressman Garbarino, for your kind words. Today has really been quite an exciting day. We've had a lot of really great panels, really good fireside chats, and just really great conversation and debate has happened here today. And so to close today out, I'd really like to welcome onto the stage again, for the second time, our CEO, Christopher Guérin, the CEO of Nexans.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you to be all connected online and to be there with us this afternoon. Thanks for our very honored speakers. It was a very, very great debate, and this is exactly what we wanted, to make emerging all those ideas, conflict that we need to solve, constraints that we need to resolve. Because we need to solve a problem which is much bigger around climate change and much bigger than all our individual firms. So that's why you heard a lot the word ecosystem. You heard a lot the word partnership, because countdown has started. In the 5 years down the line, we need to make a massive, massive shift to renewable energy. But we will have a lot of constraints. It will not be an easy way. Even if we have the cash, even if we have the willingness to go fast, even if we have the technology, the know-how, the people, there will be as well a race for raw material. I need to conclude as well to tell you that the reserve on raw material are not infinite. To give you a perspective around copper, as cables are made with copper, the consumption of copper in the world moved from 9 million metric tons to 21 million metric tons in the last 25 years. The extraction capacity of copper right now is about 23 million metric tons. So today we have a pretty relatively good balance between supply and demand. But because the world's going through more and more electrification, because of the shift of the electrical vehicle, these 21 million metric tons will turn in 35 million metric tons in coming 10 to 15 years. How we'll follow the extraction? We'll be stuck at 23 million metric tons for the next 5 years, because the extraction capacity have not been adapted to this exponential demand. So the only way to support the investment that we all mentioned this afternoon is recycling. This is why I'm back as well to the introduction of Adrian about regenerative economy. We need to make sure that everything that we will have to dismantle from the distribution network in the cities to bring new cables, we need to keep the waste, because the waste of today is the growth of tomorrow. We need as well to build a higher know-how for this new industry for offshore wind farm. I remind, there was a great question about the education, and there was a great question regarding motivation. How do we make sure that people we will hire today will still be there tomorrow? You have to think about the aerospace industry. It took more than 50 years to build up and scale up the aerospace industry. It's the same for the offshore wind farm. We are just at the beginning of a new journey that will last for the next 50 years, except that we have the constraints of time. We need to speed up, and this is why that we cannot be fast alone. We have to be fast together, working in an ecosystemic manner. This is ending the third Climate Day of Nexans here in New York City. We are very, very proud to be there with you here in New York during the Climate Week on the United Nations event. I need as well to close my remark to tell you where will be the next Climate Day. So we talk a lot about the green energy today, but there is another thing that we value a lot on the problem that we want to resolve as well, is do not forget that 1 billion inhabitants in the world have no access yet to electricity. This is a fundamental issue. Nexans is participating in Africa on more and more on village electrification. We have just finished the electrification of 50 villages in Ivory Coast. We are just starting the electrification of more than 300 villages in Ghana. So this is why I'm very proud to announce that our next rendezvous for our 4th edition of the Climate Day will be next year, same date, in Casablanca, in Morocco, in our plant. We are so important in that region. We will not be talking about offshore wind farm specifically, but we will talk about the electrification scale-up in this fantastic region. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to be present. It was a great day for Nexans today. Thank you. Bye-bye.